till I get satisfied. See, you don't see why, and you dog me around. Say, don't see why people dog me around. It must be that old evil spirit. So
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Cursed Ones. Welcome to the Cursed Ones. Good way to start us off. Where we play Dungeons and Dragons, and we play this funny ass game, and we drop shit on the floor and make a big ol' mess, don't we? Let's get into our question of the day and our introduction, shall we? I feel as if we're going to have to change the order up a little bit of who goes, depending on...
Fuck.
Yeah.
We do reverse order, switch it up a little.
Yeah, reverse order today. Yeah, we haven't done that before, so let's switch it up. Let's reverse this shit. The question of the day today is, how do you best enjoy rice? What do you think rice is? Like, your favorite rice-incorporated dish or something like that? Starting us off today, coming from the reverse sweep, we have Maroon 8. Why is it increasing?
There's a new member every day. Welcome to the boy band.
Is it just more Adam Levine?
Yeah, I'm cloning him.
Oh.
It's all puppets.
Oh.
The vocals just get louder every song.
Oh.
They stack.
Oh, if I have to hear his insane falsetto, it like quadrupled, I'm gonna die. Anyways, rice.
My name is Crime. I play Dakota, and the way I like my rice is usually in chicken biryani or as the starch component to any other curry.
True, curry is fucking good.
It is.
Bees and honey and beeswax. Who are you, and how do you best like your rice?
Hi, I'm Ines. I play Beelzebub, and I'm eating my rice with the preferred combination right now, so everyone go make Zelda Twilight Princess soup. It has pumpkin and salmon and goat cheese, and it is delicious and underrated.
I see. Is that the one that you made me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is good. I agree with this. Okay, from there we have Zorbal833 is my dead. Who are you?
Hello,
And
hi.
how do you like your rice? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Cece. I play Charpay. I'm not much of a cook myself, but one of my favorite recipes I've been obsessed with lately is, I mean, this is pretty simple because rice is just the side to this, but it's teriyaki salmon bites. I learned it from fucking Ayo Cheetah on TikTok. It's so good. It's just a sauce that I make for like every meat I make now. It's just like fucking Trader Joe's soyaki sauce, honey, pepper, spices. It's so fucking good. I love it. Rice just complements it. I love rice.
I love rice.
This is just regular fucking rice. You can't go wrong.
Shout out to rice. Uncle Ben's rice. Like your rice.
I think I don't need to speak for myself. I think you all know my answer.
Innovating new hit question of the day. Technologies. All right. Well, I guess we know. Who are you?
I think we know who I am. If you read my name, please.
Uncle Ben's rice. Okay. Hello, Uncle Ben's rice. Hello.
I'm worried about how the session is gonna go.
How
You're
so?
Uncle Ben.
True. Hello.
Spider-Man joke.
I'm Julius Weezer. I'm Dean. I'm the Dungeon Master. I play everyone else, and I run this fucking shit show, bullshit, random, whatever. Sushi. End of story. Just end of discussion. Sushi, it's always gonna be my answer. I just fucking love sushi rice. If you just pick up sushi rice seasoning shit, you can just eat rice with that, and it is heavenly. It is godly. I love sushi rice seasoning. It drives me insane. If you put a giant fuck-ass bowl of sushi rice in front of me, I don't even need fish. I will just ravage that shit. Understood? Good. Glad we're all on the same page. Alright, well, let's get into the recap. We will have some other party members joining us soon. Right now, those two fucking fish. Who knows where they are? As for the recap, last session, as always, a lot happened in the wild, fucked up world of Avernus. As the party continue their slow and steady pace at trying to figure out how to take down Zerial, they have to quickly make a detour. First of all, they have to go ahead and save Mahadi. who was being attacked by Haruman, which is Zariel's major enforcer. Thankfully, they managed to step in right as, a giant swath of hellfire is going to kill Mahadi, and they managed to teleport him out of there and to safety. With Mahadi now in tow, the party returned back to Maggie's hut, and the next question comes into play of how do we solve the issue with Beelzebub being a big monster being the issue. So, after a little bit of speculation, Melania and Maggie put their heads together and are able to conceptualize the idea of making a potion. They're going to need some type of ingredient to make it potent, and the best way that they can get it all working is to get a sulfuric gemstone. They ask around, basically to see where they could source this from, with Moloch asking Matral, and the rest of the party asking Mahadi. Mahadi suggests they go ransack a cart shipment that's going to have a bunch of magical materials on it, and can get them a vehicle in the process. They are like, that's going to be too risky, so they also ask for a second one, which is go into the shitty alleyway where there's a bunch of evil guys just chilling out there, and stuff's very sketchy and weird, and you're probably only going to get a single gemstone, but it'll be safer. So with that, they head on their way, but another component required for this particular potion is some kind of remnant of angels. And Gideon decides he can tackle that by having a nice commune with his angel buddy Hilo. With that in mind, we have our party split up into two groups. For Operation Hijacking, grabbing some sulfuric gemstones, they start making their way, led by Korah, towards the center of Avernus, to try and head towards where the hijacking would take place. However, they quickly realize a crowd is forming because Zariel is soon going to be making an address. This makes everyone stop and consider exactly what choice they want to make here. There's actually not too big of a difference in gap between where exactly both of the major points they can hit are. Only like by a couple of blocks, but they decide that they want to stay as far away from Zariel appearing as possible, much to Korah's chagrin, basically going, you fucking morons! But eventually, yeah, majority does win, and they do head over to the other place. Korah eventually does agree, however, Korah also notes that Nereid-Ashes, who they just saw, said that there would be an opening soon. So, trying to capitalize on this, everyone heads out towards this strange marketplace, but are quickly intercepted by Koshiro. Things go downhill quick, as Korah is immediately interrogated by Koshiro as to the whereabouts of Gideon. Korah starts to try and get a conversation going, but as Korah is trying to deflect, Koshiro starts pushing the sword deeper into their neck, and in a moment of just pure panic, and also a wild play, Moloch spills the beans about the party's contract with Maggie, which is directly against the rules of their pact. Dakota drops to the ground, starts turning into a hag spawn, as was part of the contract. Everything falls to shit. At this same time, Zariel starts to make her address. With Koshiro now knowing that Maggie is alive, he departs with enough information. With everything else going on, the party just have to try and leave, with Dakota seizing and hardly able to stand, and everything quickly going to hell, especially as Zariel's address starts. She rallies the streets of Avernus to her cause, basically inciting mass outrage against the grand betrayal the rest of hell is doing to Avernus, by lying about the state of ethos, by locking them all off from the land that Avernus should have right to stake claim over, considering they are the closest moon to it. Also, the deep-seated betrayal by having the consort of Mephistopheles engaging in acts of terrorism, alongside humans, alongside Sween Cod, alongside the whole party, with a whole bunch of accusations being thrown out. And honestly, straight up, she kind of has, like, some points to the terrorism part, because you kind of did that with the Basalt Radio Tower. Pretty much the entire citizenship of Avernus starts calling for a blood war, with Zariel naming it that because the tactics of the fiends standing against them are no better than the mortals. With that in mind, the chants of blood war ring out as Nereid-Ashes, from the rooftops, fires a shot of pure hellfire at Zariel. Haruman manages to deflect a fair bit of the blast, but a little bit does manage to make a snakebite mark onto Zariel's cheek, and she begins to bleed. With all of the chaos beginning to erupt inside the crowd, with a lot of them dropping dead immediately, a series of people puppeted and controlled by Nereid-Ashes start trying to make their way towards Zariel to get something. But the party are too busy trying to run the fuck away from the scene, especially because Haruman starts charging towards where exactly Nereid-Ashes is. Sween quickly realizes that they have to get Nereid-Ashes out of here, so him and Korah devise a quick plan to grab Nereid-Ashes with a vortex warp and keep running. They manage to do so just in time for Harriman to split the building Nereid-Ashes was on in two, with a slash of his blade. With the building crumbling down behind them, they finally manage to crash back in to Maggie's hut. Unfortunately, with the place entirely compromised, based on the information they gave to Koshiro. In the meantime, Gideon was communing with Hilo. Things weren't going the best there either, as he didn't find Hilo in his normal spot, and had to descend deeper into the kind of effects of his weird mind palace, partially in the astral plane, to go down and talk to Hilo. He ended up finding a strange, bizarre little lake of liquid. And what looks like the deceased body of Hilo, just fully deflated and ruptured. As he starts to make his way around, hearing a dripping noise in the back, he starts to see the movement of a shadow, and Hilo warns him, don't move. This strange shadow starts running its hands all over Gideon, much like the creature in the void did to him. And things start getting a little bit more hectic as Gideon notices more sounds, heading towards the chain that leads out of this place. Hilo is making a break for it, leaving Gideon down here with something. Gideon quickly makes a dash after where Hilo is, and the two of them fight for control over who manages to climb up the chain. Gideon eventually, very quickly, actually, not eventually, takes the upper hand with a very weakened Hilo, unable to do much in his current form, and climbs, very quickly up the chain, only for Hilo to start begging Gideon not to leave him down here with this thing. Gideon tells Hilo to buck the fuck up, to just be better, to not always want control, and to actually work with him, and then maybe he'll spare Hilo's life. Hilo relents, agrees. Gideon drags him up, only to be met with a mouth the size of a planet. In a devastating struggle, Gideon has to make a will save again, just like he did in the Void, and manages to beat it out by a single point in the roll. That was I believe, a 38 versus a 39. He manages to pull Hilo up. He promises Hilo that they're going to have to make big plays soon. Hilo reveals that what was in there was a demon. Something deep and ancient growing. The two of them come to an uneasy alliance for now, with Hilo finally revealing that Gideon was never cursed with Hilo. Hilo was cursed with Gideon. Gideon takes some feathers and leaves. With that established, the last thing to do was to cure Bee. So, Gideon and Maggie set up a look into Bee's mind by pulling out with Maggie's lunamancy this strange ward they found deep inside of her. This transported Gideon to a very strange place, almost a parallel Earth, in a way, with a different sun, a different air and atmosphere, and a grand battlefield that Gideon had never seen the likes of before, with a bunch of military uniforms like nothing on Ethos. This is where Gideon met Thisbe, a nice woman with kind of bouncy curly hair and such, who was putting honey over some of the corpses as a family tradition. The two of them got into a conversation, with Thisbe asking if Gideon was one of Pazuzu's men. Gideon doesn't know who the fuck that is, so said no, he's just a wanderer. And the two of them spoke up and had some just basic conversation, only for things to quickly take a turn as the ground started to rumble. From above, a massive outstretch of wings showered down this rain of pure light. Gideon managed to stop most of it with a wall of force, but had to step up his game because it was so powerful it was breaking through that, and he had to use his planar person instead. After that, they were both approached by Mephistopheles himself, who Gideon realized wasn't part of the memory. He was somewhat there, part of the ward. He and Mephistopheles came to an agreement. Mephistopheles would help cure Bee of this current monstrous affliction, but in return, Gideon had to not tell Bee what he saw in this vision. Gideon agreed, with the caveat: he will only keep this up so long as he believes that Mephistopheles is doing this for her own good. With that in mind, everyone got all the necessary components to cure Bee, and they did so. With no time to lose, though, and Koshiro quick on everyone's tail, everyone had to get ready to head out into the wastes of Avernus. And that's where we last left off. So, without further ado, are we ready to jump into the session 209? Alright.
Yeah.
Let's begin. A torturous thing, these winds are. heavy with the heat of a moon molten with rage. When one thinks of the idea of moon gravity, they think of buoyancy and airiness. But out here, it feels too heavy. A sinking pressure weighed against your core. Dakota, you lead the pack through the arid and sulfuric-smelling air, the billowing smog from Avernus' capital still pungent at your backs. Its gruesome neon lights begin to fade into uncomfortable distant streaks like spotlights from behind, until they, too, are swallowed by the dust and brimstone. Vents hiss like steam engines in the distance, billowing geysers that cough out cigarette-thick smoke. Bizarre black rocks spring up from the ground in shapes that appear as anatomical, as opposed to strictly natural. And the distant, howling moans of the wind echo gruesome noises from the far distance. The march is quick-paced at first, and then laggingly slower the longer you trek into the featureless wasteland. Of those traveling, Mahadi has gone mostly silent, scarf kind of pressed over his face for further ventilation, and those injured are only letting out brief moans of discomfort during particularly uneven terrain, that being Neuraxis and Azazel. It's going to take about 2 hours, estimated, to make it to Dakota's small camp pitch. So, in the meanwhile, is anyone saying or doing anything?
Dakota would be reminding people to watch their step, as the ground is not exactly even or safe.
Perfect. If that's the case, do you also want to be scanning the horizon for points of interest and or potential threats?
Yes, I would like to be doing that as well, kind of keeping an eye out and a head on a swivel.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to have you go ahead and just roll me a passive perception check as we are making our way through the wasteland, so that you can just kind of keep an eye on things.
All right, you got it. Rolling
Perfect.
that now for you.
Yeah, you are also the most used to the wastes themselves, so it's not all out of the ordinary for you to be able to spot things that others couldn't, especially given how thick the fog is out here, this, like, deep red in the air. So it's not that difficult for you.
Okay.
In fact, I'm going to give this to be, since this is kind of your favorite terrain, I'm going to give you advantage on this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll roll with advantage for that. Thank God I did. Thank you.
What'd you get?
For perception, I rolled a 17.
A 17. With your head on a swivel, keeping everyone in check and in line, you're not able to see too much things out here, though you are able to clock a couple of distant kind of points of interest. You see some kind of broken down areas where there are a couple of old, kind of rusted over, corroded weaponry stabbed into the ground and streaks of old, blackened ichor. Clearly some sort of fight has happened around here. You also see motorcycle scuffs heading from that direction back into the city. And you're able to see a couple of worn down parts that must have had that, like, been part of that motorcycle on your way over. You can pick those up if you would like. There's no threats that you see on your way, thankfully. Though, in a weird way, that makes it so it's eerily quiet. There are usually larger beasts that roam out here. It's like they've gone somewhere, almost.
I think he would actually remark something about that as he's greedily picking up these leftover pieces on the ground, like the little goblin he is.
They slightly sizzle in your palms as you do.
How peculiar. It's never usually this quiet. Feels like we're the only people out here right now. But that's silly.
What does it usually sound like?
Well, I'm not the only person that lives out here. There's other things that wander by sometimes. You could hear them, scratching and making noise as they shuffle and move along.
Right.
I don't really look at them, though. You don't want to make eye contact with anything. Just kind of keep going. Keep moving. Speaking of, let's keep moving. Yes.
You kind of pick everything up, scoop up a couple of, like, little broken down rider, like, pieces and such here and there. You get a couple of, like, stray scraps of what would be, like, part of an engine, and you're able to just scoop that up, throw it into one of your packs, and you quickly catch up to the front of the party, where everyone is indeed waiting for you to make headway as you lead them through.
Sorry. Got my stuff. Let's go.
That's fine. I'm just hoping that you don't live in a junk heap.
What? This isn't junk. This is valuable material. Look at it. Metal, metal, metal. Metal has value. You can't just say this is junk, honestly.
For most spellcraft it is, though I suppose I will reckon that you have a bit of a point here, for your particular types of magics.
He kind of has a bit of a pleased expression at hearing that as he continues to lead.
Just as long as we're not out here until the next bout of corrosion, picking up every rock we see.
Not rocks, it's metal. It's metal. I don't want rocks. I want metal. He's just mumbling this as he's going.
Yeah, you just kind of idly pick up another scrap of it. Yeah, what's up, Charpay?
To that remark about corrosion, she's just gonna kind of just like out of precaution just take out her parasol and just like probably like over to who was it that wasn't protected from the corrosion? Was it Melania or no? She had a raincoat.
Melania can just ward herself is the thing.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Sween. I don't know. I probably honestly this is just an emotional thing, not a practical. Just she takes her parasol. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's, I think, like, the only people without raincoats, because realistically, Mahadi would have one, and Maggie would have one. Azazel had one, actually, as well. The only person who wouldn't is the Nothic.
Then yeah, she'll just kind of, like, get her parasol out, and kind of just, like, quietly, like, go to the back of the pack and just kind of, like, shield herself and the Nothic with the parasol. Doing all right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Good.
Kind of trailing back over towards you is going to be Maggie. Charpay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Due to the troublesome situation with B, the like, we never did get to have that conversation you wanted, did we?
Oh. Out of character, what was the conversation?
You wanted to talk to Maggie about Hexblood stuff, didn't you?
Oh shit, I did, you're right. Fuck, I forgot about that.
There you go.
My bad, I forgot.
What perturbs you, child of the Hex?
Well, I wouldn't say it perturbs me, it's just I'm not the most educated on the whole Hexblood situation since it was sprung upon me unexpectedly, and so I still don't really know what it entails. My mom is like us. She's not in the traditional hag sense. She was made by a wish spell. And so I always figured that my traits had more to do with that than with, the Fae aspects, that it turns out they're potentially one and the same. I was just curious how, it all works out. If you would know any more about that than I do.
You'd be interested to know that it, well, the Hexblood has an origin from hell.
Really?
Such was a mystery to me as well. It comes natural to many of those from a more, chaotic lineage, which does often affect those of the Fey-touched nature. We don't exactly have a colossi, and that's a common trait between the lineage of chaos. Though anyone can become a Hexblood under the right scenario, but what were you before the Hex took you? I was a changeling.
Fire Genasi.
You are from a chaotic lineage. It's a manifested trait. I received my drop of the Hex when I was a young sorcerer in my trials, when I would dream of the Veil. The Hex comes to those who do not accept the reality of the world as it stands, those scorned by it. It is then that she gives us her blood in witchcraft. Lady Lilith, consort of Beelzebub, mother of the Hex. That is where we originate from.
Fascinating.
Yes. And she has her way of manifesting her boons with many of those who feel the same way as she once did. scorned by the way things are. Now there's being a hexblood, of course, and there's being a hag. Whole different ordeal.
I see. Huh. Well, I greatly appreciate the boons she's given me. Worked out quite well for me the other night. Zariel can be tricked by first-level disguise self. It's good news.
You'd be surprised the amount of tricks she can give people like us. In hagdom, of course. To be a hag is to accept the blood wholeheartedly. The weird. Accept the call of rage against reality, against modern magic, against confines that keep us of our self-expression. Though, of course, to most magic practitioners, we are blasphemous in a sense, very tactile against most common wizarding types. Some wizards tend to respect us here and there for our connection to the natural. That is until we start doing things that are outside of moral ethics.
Right.
It's true.
There was...
Deceit and trickery are inherent to us. But we play dirty because those who claim to play fair have given us no choice. Underhanded tactics. Zariel's gas, for example. And hide it under a guise of raw strength. It's all really just trickery when you think about it. We simply choose not to hide behind a facade of being wholly morally superior to a crowd. If the world is going to be ruled by unfair law, it's our duty to break those chains. Such is the way of hagdom.
I see. There was something strange that happened when I became a hexblood. I used to have a tattoo on my stomach, and it kind of fell off. And I ended up finding it again in the astral plane with a bit of myself incarnated in it. It was functionally sentient. And it was, well, it made me very happy for a short while until I was forced to cut it off my body again. But for the time that I had it, that chaos you're talking about, it allowed me to shape spells. I don't entirely understand how it worked or why that happened, and the circumstances under which other magical tattoos have been implemented have had me a little concerned about it, but since then it's found its own life. It's kind of another version of myself out there in the ethereal. It's a bird. She's doing well. So I bring that up.
No, such is the way of the weird. It follows the urge to be free, like a bird, like you say. And one of the greatest parts of hexdom is the admitted sacrifice it does take. Letting that bird free, maybe your transformation has already begun.
That's why I bring that up. Hopefully I haven't missed my chance.
No, girl. No, this is the beginning for witches like us. It's confrontation. There is blood. There is pain. And we all lose something for it. But there is strength in the scorned. If you wish to begin dreaming of the weird, and wish to walk the road of the Dark Witch, I humbly invite you to join me tonight at camp. We can make it a toast as well. She starts kind of rummaging around to try and find her bag of fiend cores, but stops. That rush those synthesized rudder caps had us in made me drop my core bag, I bet.
Oh dear.
It's fine. Does incense and alcohol work?
Of course.
And there it is. She walks
I
away.
would greatly
for
enjoy
now.
that.
Yeah, she starts walking back away to the front of the camp. Yeah. Is there anyone else who wants to do anything during the walk?
Sorry, I'm here, right?
Yes! We're walking to the
Okay.
camp.
I think Moloch is trying to talk to Korah, but being that Kiki isn't here, that doesn't need to be like.
I think Korah is
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like, I'm so fucking angry at you right now that I don't even want you to be near me. And Korah has fully spaced Moloch out and is like walking on the full opposite side of the group and is just like, I don't want to talk to you right now. You know, we'll get at this later. Just something like that, and kind of brushes you to the side for now, just to cool down.
Right.
So yeah.
I think Jello is about to join. Where is Jello?
Speak of the devil. Hello.
Speak of the fiend.
We are
Hello.
all currently walking towards Dakota's camp. There is a little bit of downtime here as you make your way towards it. I was just asking if there is any conversations or if anything wants to do anything while on their walk, or if we want to make our way towards the camp and continue things from there.
Yeah. Could I ask really quick, what's the... I guess the first question, does Charpay know about either of the two missions that happened, and does anyone know about what happened with Hilo?
No one knows what happened with Hilo, I don't believe, besides
Okay.
Melania. Just
Gotcha.
vaguely, though, very vaguely. She couldn't hear Gideon inside of there. As
Gotcha.
for the other mission, yeah, you definitely do, because Korah and Moloch went on a giant fucking rant at each other and
Yeah.
blew the fuck up.
And it is part of the reason we're traveling right now.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is
Okay,
the
good.
reason.
Just wanted to confirm.
Oh, the
Yeah.
reason,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, like, Maggie has already walked away, but that's definitely on
No, Moloch's
Charpay's
fuck up was
mind.
very, very public.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just that, like, okay, we fucking blew it with Kosher Road. She's in danger, so she's definitely keeping an eye on Maggie.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure that Maggie's, like, well watched over is the thing. Okay, cool. Alright. If that's the case, then yeah, is there anything else anyone wants to be doing here? Last call.
Kissing my child, and that's it.
Your corpse, yeah.
You're dead.
Child.
Alright. The rest of the walk passes in a primarily smooth fashion, save for the tedium of trudging through the thickened air. You catch kind of glimpse of not many things of interest, save for the distant silhouette of some old scrap. A giant heap off afar. There's a couple of busted down iron shacks that have been long since abandoned, likely due to the holes in their roofs taken by corrosion. But Dakota's camp is marked by a metal post with a crooked sign reading "Enter with caution," engraved in heated marks, though there's not much, if any, intimidating architecture to really back up the warning. But Dakota, what does the rest of the camp look like?
The rest of the camp consists of a incredibly patchwork tent. You can tell that multiple shirts and blankets have been sewn together and patched and repaired over the years, held together by metal bent and twisted, pipes from houses and pieces from tools and other machinery. Maybe one of them is a barrel of a gun bent into shape to hold something in place. Kind of facing more towards this pit that has been used to cook things multiple times, kind of surrounded with a little bit of scrap brick, a makeshift holder for a pot over the fire so he can cook things, and a big old pile of metal scrap. Here we are.
What little place we have here.
Thank you. This is this is my home. If I knew people were coming, I would have cleaned up a little bit, but I don't really have time, and I'm not going to make you wait over by the rock. That'd be really rude. I'll get the fire started.
It's
Anyone-
nice. I like it.
Thank you, because I only have one tent, and I don't want any of us to be stuck outside. Please feel free to just go in and out as you please, and relax.
Perhaps it's
There
best
should be
that
some-
we lay the injured down inside the tent for the time being.
Yes, go ahead. Just move anything you need to out of the way. Yeah, feel free to pull up a piece of scrap and sit. I'm gonna get started here.
All right. Maggie, I think, yeah, a couple of people scatter off. Mahadi is going to just, like, gently kind of usher over for Sween to hand over Nereid-Ashes, and is going to lay Nereid-Ashes down in there. I'm imagining that also Azazel's getting just, like, laid down to rest. Those two are put in the tent. Maggie kind of finds her way to this side of things, and despite the fact that, I mean, Dakota's getting a fire going, Maggie's going to take out some scrap kindling and is going to set a green fire and is going to start setting up her own kind of portable cauldron and stuff over things, and is going to just start idly trying to tap one of her wooden spoons against it, trying to think of exactly what to even do right now. She's just so lost in her thought at the moment, seemingly just also rummaging through her stuff, trying to see if she did misplace that core bag. Yeah, Mahadi is still in the tent with everyone else, and I believe that's about the scattering of the NPCs, save for Melania, who is kind of still in the back of the pack, and is eventually just gonna take a little seat, partially away from the fire, but still looking at it.
Yeah, I think Gideon's probably going to approach Melania now that they're all settled into the camp.
On the road again.
Hi there, Melania.
Hi. Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to come over and discuss something with you.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Everything okay?
Yes, I just noticed you had a tail.
She kind of slowly pats her hand back and around until she grabs onto it. So, I do.
Yes, and given that you didn't have a tail when we were eating in the dungeon, that seems to imply maybe you've had some more cores in the interim.
They were kind of just right there.
I mean, I don't blame you necessarily, Melania. I know, I'm just making sure you're alright, that you're feeling alright.
I don't even... I thought I was full after the meal that Sween made, but it just didn't feel potent enough, so I thought if I just had one more, and it was just in the bag, just there, and I couldn't really stop myself from grabbing it and eating it, and then maybe 4 more.
I'm just concerned, Melania, because it seems like by the structure of how satisfaction isn't really something you ever really get when eating core, so I'm worried.
Yeah, I'm worried too. I am. I don't know what to do about it, is the problem. There's something that I feel like I need in here, and I don't have something potent enough to quench it, so I was just, maybe if I just have enough, it'll be fine.
I understand why you do that. It's just, I don't know if you'll find enough down here. I think that's part of the issue.
Then where? Because I can't just feel this way for the rest of my life. It's like it's been here, just this pit, and now it's all I can think about. Besides other people's thoughts. Like, the second I'm alone and I don't have anyone else to think on, and, you know, it's just there.
So, I understand that feeling, Melania, and insatiable hunger, just that deep gnawing, and while it does need to be fed, you can't just listen entirely to it, otherwise you can do things or eat things that you wouldn't in a more rational state of mind.
So it's kind of somewhat like your madness, I guess. What this
In a way,
is.
yes.
I felt the way that your mind burns, and it doesn't. It's a pit. It's a pit. I'm missing something.
Alright, well, maybe we can try and figure this out. Maybe it's more than just a craving. Maybe there is a magical or biological factor here that we're not accounting for. And there's certainly a lot of differences between mortals and fiends.
Yeah, there are. And to throw in the part of me being, I guess astral is one thing, but I mean, I've already told you about my weird callings.
Yeah, you have.
I'm not crazy. I'm not. There's something happening. I don't know what.
And if something's happening, then I'm sure we can figure it out together.
Okay. Yeah. She kind of shuffles a little bit closer, just next to you. Bumps her head against kind of your shoulder area. Okay. Well, I feel like normally we'd have a good selection of spells to start making headway on this, but the facts as we have them now is that I do not get full from fiend cores, and once I start getting at them, I can't stop myself.
Certainly a start. But we can work through this. We can figure this out.
Yeah. Thank you. In the meantime, I mean, we've tried the eating thing. That didn't go anywhere, so best thing that's helped me is just staying close to people.
Alright then. Just stay around people, socialize. Just try to keep it off your mind as much as you can.
Mm-hmm. What are you, doing around the camp tonight? Assuming we have some time to rest before we have to move again.
Probably just some spell work, learning. I actually have an additional spell book with me right now. I took from one of our older adversaries, I guess you could say. Roxanne from the wedding.
Oh, her. Is she even alive still?
Certainly, unclear, I guess.
She kind of just... She rolls over from where she has her head on your, she has her head bumped up against her arm, and she spins herself around in a way where she kind of, slots herself a little bit where your lap is, and then just perches on there.
Gotcha.
Is it okay if I watch? And, you know?
Yeah, of course, and I mean, it's always nice to have a second pair of eye on these things, especially someone who actually knows about spellcraft and spell work.
Mm. You know, I'm actually a little shocked that you haven't looked into metamagic yet. Easiest counter to a wizard is counterspell. Easiest counter to counterspell is... She kind of does this, and is gonna and is gonna make a very tiny little, like, prestidigitation, like, little heart pop up and then vanish.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, no, that is very true. I guess I just haven't looked into it before.
Well, if you would like to, I have a bunch of resources.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds wonderful to me.
Yeah, I could get my mind off things to also, you know, work on spellcraft stuff. This stuff is good for the mind.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Focus. Yeah.
Just focus with you.
All right then.
Yeah, and those two are gonna, I guess, work on some spellcraft. All right. Anything else happening in the camp?
Yeah, can I go up to Sween?
Yeah.
Perfect. I was about to say that. Okay.
Did you want to say something first?
I think you can go first.
I think you two
Okay.
walk towards one another with intent at the same time.
Hey, I got cores. I mean, they're from a Charles Tower. I mean, we haven't gotten around to refining them. I was wondering if you could help me with that.
Yeah, sure. Why don't we step to the side and just chat while I make something?
Sure. Okay.
So, remember how you weren't affected by the Hag Pact?
Oh, that's what this is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
But there's no one else around here, right?
Yeah. I assume we've just found a corner.
Okay. I don't want to mess things up again. Well, when you said something about it, it didn't do anything to me.
Sorry, what? Like it... That...
Like, what are you supposed to feel? Because I didn't have anything.
I mean, I'm not sure myself, but looking at Dakota, it's something bad.
Yeah.
And you didn't feel anything.
Nothing.
As if you weren't... Okay. Well, there's a very easy explanation to this, which also leads into something very hard to explain. That being, if I wasn't Boo, you're probably not Sween. Right? I mean, you recognize the name Moloch?
I recognize your name, yeah. I don't know how much. There's not really much in the way of memories, but it's familiar.
Right.
So that means probably there's
You're probably not Sween.
another name. Well, I wasn't. It probably didn't start out as Sween, but right now I am, I'd like to think.
Yeah. Yeah. Frankly, I quite like Sween, so...
It's not like
Hopefully
I
you're
have
similar
any
enough.
semblance of an idea of what
Pardon?
else to be called. I don't have Matrol in my head to tell me what else I should be called.
Yeah, I mean, do you want him?
What?
It's a joke, it's a joke.
Oh, okay.
Give it a week. Well, less than a week now. Hopefully I can best Matrol in the Fiend Dominance thing, and I can look in there. We have a week to
Well,
prepare.
Wasn't Matrol finding it out from digging inside you?
Yeah, well, he has all those, like, brain powers. Maybe I can pick something up.
Maybe.
Either that or we interrogate Zariel when we manage to beat her.
Do you think she'd know?
Who else would? At least who else here, right? If Zariel doesn't know, we'd have to go deeper. But
We have to
in
go
terms
deeper
of the
anyways.
rules of hell, she seems like some sort of enforcer. It's a good place to start, and conveniently part of her quest.
That's true. But I don't know. I get the feeling this isn't. I don't know.
Do you want to be Sween? What's the knowledge that you were someone else before? Do you want to stay as you are?
Do you want to be Moloch?
I'm still trying to answer that question myself, because I wasn't given much of a choice. The name Boo sounds so foreign to me now. It's almost like I can't believe I identified with it in the first place. And I don't know if I miss it.
That's fair. But does that change anything else for you?
Frankly, I don't know. Look, traveling with... It's been weird. I'm sure you can tell it's been really weird. Traveling with, like, more than you, I guess, being... I don't even know how to describe it. Like, feeling a closeness with somebody other than you, caring about someone else. It's a small glance over at Korah, who I assume is, like, still looks really fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Look, Sween, I fucked up, and I don't know how to apologize.
I'm not really used to apologizing either. So
Right, because fiends don't have friends, right? Fiends aren't supposed to have friends.
we aren't supposed to. It might be a good idea to ask one of the mortals. They seem to be... What's the phrase? Emotionally intelligent or something?
Yeah, I guess more versed in at least social situations.
Something like that. I don't know. As far as I know, we've lived a very long time and we don't die, yet they have so much knowledge. So much more than we do.
It's a paradox, right? All this time to learn. And I feel like I know nothing.
What did we spend all that time on?
Right. Some hack journal that only you read.
And some food that only you and like a few others eat.
It's good food, Sween.
It's a good journal.
Thank you. About these cores, or this core, to remind you, this is like, do you remember the casters that were like that we killed right before Moloch?
Yeah. Hugan and Moon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we never did anything with them, so I'm basically asking you to refine them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
I guess in the meantime, while we're talking, I'm assuming there's a little bit of a silly cheffery going on.
I mean, they definitely already have, what is it called? Balut? Because they're already basically balut. It's like the egg embryos. Yeah, it is called balut. It's a like Filipino street food. If you want to look it up, that's why I mean.
That's something I'm familiar with.
I was saying stuff, and everyone's like, "What?" And I was like,
Actually, no.
Yeah.
I didn't get to go to the Philippines.
It's like steamed fertilized like egg embryo, and it's like it has like an insanely eggy taste, like chickeny taste. It's really good for reference. It just looks insane. It looks like some crazy fiend shit.
I just looked it up. It looks insane.
That's cool.
Right? So
I think I know this, but
that's
my.
my.
Cool.
I'm throwing it out there. I think that would be because that's basically what the cores look like already.
Oh wait, this shows up in Thailand too. What's the translation?
Yeah, so
that's what that is.
Yeah.
Out of character, like another question. Are we like? Right. Is this like our base to long rest right now?
Yes.
Like,
you guys are able to long rest here, and I was about to say that you guys are going to.
So yeah, we're taking an extended break, not just a short. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
So this is going to be 8-hour long rest here, if you guys do, because it's no longer Maggie's camp, which has the 4-hour long rest rule. Which is funny because I think literally the only person who doesn't trance here is Charpay, who needs her 8 hours.
Fuck.
Dakota actually takes 8 hours.
Yay!
Yeah, I need lots of sleep.
All right.
Yeah.
With that in mind, yeah, you're gonna fry that up. You're gonna Munin's core.
Yeah, I'll give you guidance for that.
Yeah, and that is, as always, gonna be Ooh, what is it? As always, forgets what it is.
Performance, right?
Yes.
Yeah, last time was performance. Let me pull up my performance really quick. There we go.
Actually, would you rather guidance or enhance ability?
Guidance. I'm not too worried about this one. Ah, where'd my die go?
You should have been worried.
Oh, well, this is a different kind of worry. Okay, I'm gonna use a different D20 right now. 1 second. I'll grab that. Let's see, performance. I don't even need the guidance at this point, but performance. Sorry, guidance is D4. 23.
Yeah. 23. Then we are going to reduce the DC for this by -6, which is going to put the DC for both. These are 2 different cores. It's like 1 core you can split into 2 though.
It's like a duosion.
It's very easily like split into 2. So each of them is just going to have a DC of 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, like, I was planning on eating it myself, but like, do you want? We can split this.
Yeah. The mortals have to do a weird thing. Cheers, I think.
Whatever it is.
With eggs.
You both do a little doop of the shells and are going to just up the insides.
Right.
Go ahead and roll those charisma saving throw, or those charisma checks.
Oh no.
And that is exactly 13.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, oh.
Saving.
It was not a saving throw, right? Wait,
Yeah.
is it a saving throw?
It was not. It was just a check. They're just checks.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just check. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Oh no.
I thought feeding cores were saves.
No, they are
Right,
safe.
it is
Sorry,
safe.
they're safe. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
If you need help, I can give you a
But
plus
it's not
4.
exactly 13
Yeah.
because I have proficiency.
Okay, yeah, that's
But I
on
do
me.
have-
That's on me.
26 then.
Okay, gotcha. 26. You both them down. Okay. Okay. I was gonna say who wants Mugen and who wants Hugan, but I'm gonna just split it off, which I think the better one for each of you is going to be.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll just DM you guys what you're gonna get from these.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Because I just need to double check the Hugan Immune and things up here. Yeah. So there's that. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna give. I almost sent that to Tony. Okay, there's gonna be that for you. And for Sween, so it's Mantle of Showmanship, which is basically the bard thing, as it sits on the tin, which is bonus action. You get a wondrous appearance, and then you choose a number of creatures within 60 feet, up to a number to your charisma modifier. Each of them gains 5 temporary hit points, and can then immediately use its reaction to move without provoking opportunity attack. So basically, scatter!
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. And then there's yours, which I sent with my response to yours, which is Unflappable Charisma, bonus action, Majestic Presence. Whenever anyone tries to attack you, Sween, they must make a charisma saving throw, or else choose a new target to attack instead. Yeah.
Are these is this just for the day?
It is, it's once per day, so after a long rest. Also, every 1 minute is 10
general.
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's 10 minutes instead of 1 minute. Okay. So yeah, that is gonna be that, for your guys' cores. Also, I am, who got the 23? Okay. That goes over 10 of the amount, so you get a bonus. You get a bonus ability from this. New thing you guys get to learn. If you succeed the Fiend Court consumption by a specific amount, you can get an extra ability, which means that you now have the ability of mimicry, Sween. You can mimic any sound that you've heard.
Shit.
Okay, write that down.
Wow.
Do nat 20s have an effect?
I guess they would. Yeah, wait, I should have probably given you something else for, the... Yep, that's correct, for the Merilith. So... Let me just double check what I can give you for the Merilith there besides reactive.
Double reactive.
It really doesn't have much it can give you, is the thing. Do you want immunity to poison?
Pokemon reactive.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I won't turn it down. I don't
Yeah.
really care either way.
Poisoned immunity. There you go.
Damage immunity, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know. For fear of hogging the
right?
screen time, Moloch is going to approach Charpay, but before that, I want to check if anybody else wants to do something.
Yeah. What's up?
Crime, and I wanted to do a little thing.
Do it!
Yay! Yeah, so V walks up to Dakota by the fire. I'm assuming it's by the fire, and just
Yes.
kind of goes, Dakota, honey, please believe me when I say I love your little place, and I love how you've made it your own. But did you do all of this yourself, sweetheart?
Oh, yes. It's always kind of been that way, though. I usually like it, it's me and my stuff and lots to think about and freshish air, and never loses the stale smell.
Oh, no.
Yes. Until today.
Until today.
First people to come to my camp. If there was an award, I'd give it to you, but I have not fabricated a medal before.
I'm concerned that everyone calls you the Cursed One. You have this great title of some kind, but I have to wonder where you actually came from and what. Do you have any parents? Anybody to help you?
Well, I had parents a while ago. Not since I was 4, 5? I lost count. Yeah, it was really good. I don't really remember their faces all that well. But good people. Good people. My mom had a great recipe for a meat pie. Really miss that.
Really? Could you teach it to me?
I probably have it written down. I'd be happy to. Yeah, I remember. It was always an exciting day when Dad would bring home something to cook, and it was a good cut of venison, and we would do up a pie for dinner.
For reference,
Good times all
you
around.
have no idea what venison is.
She's just assuming that it's a meat, given meat pie. So she's like, oh yeah, she'll just take some random demon's the devil's corpse and
Even
make it
pork
into
pie.
that. Yeah. Fascinating. I would very much like to know the recipe, just so that. And she pats the mollified baby as if nothing's wrong with it, and she just smiles very warmly again. So that when she's all grown up, we can have a little meal together.
Of course. I'd be happy to show you. I'm not sure if I'm any good of a cook or of a teacher. I've never really shown anybody anything, but I can definitely give it a go.
Excellent. Don't worry, I'm a fast learner.
Oh, thank goodness, because I'm a slow teacher. Maybe we'll even it out somewheres.
I believe you will.
Dakota, as you start to make your way over towards your tent, for a second, as you're starting to kind of stand yourself up to go and grab one of the little bits of leather that you must have etched your recipe into, you've never really been able to find the ingredients down here is the thing. You've kind of just fudged it at this point.
Yeah.
You cast your glance back for a second at what was once this small, strange, homunculus creature, and you have a penchant for, well, your head seeing things others typically don't. It's like when you stand up too fast when your iron is low and your entire body blanks out for a second. You swear, as you stand, that sensation hits you too. But in a moment of rushed, acrid panic, you find yourself doused in sweat, panting, tears rolling down your eyes, screaming, hands reaching out to wrap around a carapace and just begging. Blood dousing your body, your frame, It's going out so thick at this point that that's all you can see. It's just the red coating the blue of that large bug-like frame that you've never seen before. And you hear just a distant a scream off in the distance kind of echoes and tapers out as you jolt yourself back to your senses. You're back.
Dakota? What's wrong?
Sorry. Were you saying something to me? He's gonna shake his head from side to side quickly, and his tail's gonna kind of flick anxiously a little bit.
As you do as well for a second, just
sensation.
that blood over you. Your mind drifts to something else for just a second. A claw raced starbound over top you, highlighted by a red moon. And you finally blink it out.
Are you alright?
He's kind of... His eyes are kind of off to the side as he's kind of just staring at the ground for a moment before he... Yeah, Whew.
Maybe
He's
you
gonna
can
shake
wait
it off a bit.
until the sleeper. Yeah, you should sit down.
Let's,
Yeah, Yeah, she takes
Do you want to see my junk
gently and-
pile? Do you want to see things I have in my junk pile? Yeah, let's go. Oh, I have this really cool thing I'm working on. It's got the rivets and shit.
Yeah,
I
just
would
kind
be
of
happy
like
to take a look at your junk.
just kind of like
Yeah.
awkwardly panicking your way back into a conversation and just stumbling to try and, I'm assuming, make yourself seem more put together than you feel.
Yeah. Plus,
Yeah.
he's more happy to talk about machinery any day than whatever the heck that was.
Yeah. So, pushing that deep out of your mind for the time being, we have those two heading up to the junk pile. Yeah. Long resting? Are we any resters in
Right.
chat? Or anything
There was
else occurring?
Because Gideon's sort of busy, right? Talking to Melania and stuff. Seems like it.
I mean,
Anyways, the
both-
most available mortal
yeah.
seems to be Charpay.
Yeah.
And so, well, and also the nearest one. So Moloch is just gonna kind of like awkwardly walk up. Charpay, I have a question that's vitally important.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How do I apologize to someone?
How vital? How quick of an answer do you need?
Well, I mean, you saw it. I fucked up. I mean, I
Right.
also partially, part of me wants to apologize properly to you, but I mean, most of all, I want to apologize to Korah.
What are you apologizing to me for? Just for the debacle just now?
The thing that I broke.
Sorry, am I missing this because I wasn't here last session? Out of character.
Yeah, out of character, I broke the pact, and
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm not trying to take you on like a wild goose chase by talking about my own issues, so I will answer the question that not very long ago, I killed someone that was very close to me. His
okay,
name
the
was
first
Elian.
part of that is familiar. The second part is not.
Yeah. His name was Elian. He came back. He's resurrected by forces that are kind of keeping the material plane in the bad situation it is now, but I killed him. And there was a moment there where nobody was really sure if they wanted to keep me around.
Oh, that's.
I had
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make you pity me because it worked out. But my point is that this shit happens. I mean, the stakes are always high with, what we're doing. So you said the wrong thing. I can't even count all the times I've said or done the wrong thing that led to someone getting really hurt. The way to apologize is... I'd say that you... First of all, it's hard even for me. And I've had to do it a lot of times. You have to be honest. You have to just, go up to them and be like, hey, I fucked up. What happened was wrong. It was hurtful. I made a mistake. I fully intend to have it not happen again. And that's the part that's hard, because, you can say all of that, but then it's not... We're not the ones that do the forgiving. You're talking about Korah, right?
Well, the party in general, yeah, but mostly Korah. I kind of doubled down and made it worse.
Right. It's the thing that's hard about it, is that you do all you can, and then it's up to the other person, Korah in this case, to decide when they're ready.
So what, you can just do everything right and it's not even guaranteed?
Sometimes, yeah.
That's
what's hard about it, but...
It's a lot of work.
Yeah. Though what I can say is that I genuinely did not even think twice about what you did. And
I think you should have, but I'm glad to hear.
Sure, but I really do mean it that I've gotten myself into worse situations.
Right.
Fully on purpose, not just a slip of the tongue.
Well, thank you, Charpay.
I'm sorry, it's not the most helpful, but just what I mean is that do what you can. And you kind of have to trust that they'll come back around when they're ready. It's hard to do.
Okay. Thank you.
You got this.
All right. Okay. With that in mind, are we all settled in for our long rest? Relatively so. Yeah.
Think so?
Yeah? Okay. So, with everyone making their way either into trancing or just finding a little spot to stake out, everyone is going to do their long rest. I'd imagine that Charpay, you've made your way towards the small area that Maggie has set up, where she has a small incense burning over a cauldron that she's propped up. She's got a little bit of, it's like a bit of a sake bottle. It's kind of made of clay and such that is filled with this kind of noxious tar-like alcohol. It seems to be some kind of fermented ichor. To your dreams. May they be bountiful and strange. Alright, and those two bottoms up, and I'd imagine are heading to bed close after. Though Maggie, for one, is going to kind of draw with this, a little bit of metal pipe in the ground, is going to draw a little bit of a sigil around you while you sleep. Part of the process.
Yeah. She allows it. She doesn't think twice about it.
Yeah. But before we get to that, after a little bit of time hanging out with Beelzebub, eventually the sag of tiredness does come upon you, Dakota. And I'm imagining that since your bed is kind of taken up at the moment, you've found yourself just camping out, probably in the junk heap at this point, just kind of making yourself a bit comfortable. Does that sound about right?
Sorry, was that towards me?
Yeah, that was towards you.
I'm so sorry. My brain skipped over my name. Yes, he's in the trash heap, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Chillin'.
Eventually, sleep washes over you. Not a trance like the others. And like before, as I mentioned, strange things tend to come to you in dreams, don't they? As you begin to drift yourself off, there's a small psst as your mind channels in to a place beyond. The silhouette comes first in the distance, a mismatch of shapes leading to form what takes the image of a large archway with two tall black towers topped in spiral tips, kind of ended off by these red firelights. A crest upon the front of the iron-barred arch is similar to that of kind of Hellrider garb that you've seen before, but much more regal. Your visions tend to shoot wildly, a jumping electrical current following the path of wires, unknown to you how they connect. It's also, as you start to acclimate yourself to the scene, that things continue to change. You zoom through this Hellrider base, and things pause for a second, a jumping current. You've never had control over where your visions go, some great broadcast tower. You're a man of metal and heat to be sculpted into the shapes of others. It's always the same form you take in these moments, too. You're too far gone from your body that you adopt another. Never has a mirror appeared in your visions, and yet you know what you take the shape of, your small form tiptoeing on flattened feet, in stark opposition to your gruesomely clawed stalks. Hair so fluffy it falls over your eyes, unbraided. A tail doesn't swing at your back, nor do horns stretch from your head. Well, nubs do, at least. The ache in your chest, that forge of churning pain, it doesn't show itself through peaks of red that run through your vein. At least now, the glowing carmine is darker, thicker than that, coagulated into a brown against you. It stood here for centuries, this blood across your tattered form. Arm half hung off your body and neck slit, so you always find your head cocked just slightly up to see the haze of the red-lit moon drifting atop your field of view. The rest, the vision scenes themselves, are ever-changing. It is within this one, as you step through those gates, that you find yourself in a black basalt hallway, and you trail behind a massive, towering figure. That 7'5" stature, it feels so much larger than it did in the flesh. It's enough to tower over your companions, Gideon included, taller than your father. No, that's not what you can think of right now. You've seen this man too many times as of late, his dark-clad spiking armor from a distance, but never close enough to notice the detail. Most starkly, you notice some gaps in his armor from this close. Long, muscular arms that have peaks of flesh through their gauntlets. Runes lay etched into his dark gray skin. A face, however, is lost on you, as a helmet remains snug to his face. Haruman, captain of the Hellriders. The consort escaped. The voice nearly startles you back awake with the air it brings. Even spoken in a neutral tone, you feel the way it clips at the back of your throat. You want to cry out for help. Your ears burn. She's too powerful. If she sees you, little old you, it'll be the embrace of an angel all over again. Your eyes start to blur. The words starting to drift. Make a wisdom saving throw to remain unjostled and continue to listen to this vision.
Ooh, that is a 9.
A 9? Ooh. You can Flash of Genius this.
I was gonna say, can I Flash of Genius while I'm asleep?
Yes, you can.
Alright, so that would have been a 13.
The
Sorry,
fear...
14.
What's up? Ethan?
Yeah. Is Korah like sleeping near Charpay? Because if so, they also get a bonus from that.
How far is the Charpay bonus?
15 feet.
It's, yeah.
Probably not. But still,
Okay.
13 is enough. You feel that fear starting to pound deep within your chest. only for you to close your eyes and tug them shut. He did. Rescued. Such an attempt would require allies not only under his sway. Likely he formed a pact, something indebted, risking their core. A third voice then enters the scene. Or you've forgotten what it's like to witness mortal pluck. Harman reaches for a blade, but Zariel raises a hand out to stop him. Stepping out in high-heeled boots, staggering slightly on every step with a shaking tap added alongside them from a gold-capped cane, a high-collar sheer black bodysuit down to her mid-thighs, one of which has been wrapped in a golden leg brace, intricate beadwork on a neck-piece corset combination, topped with a white and gold suit jacket with coattails that fan out into the bottom into a dress-like pattern, fit her form, and round black glasses sit on the end of her nose. Her makeup is limited to a heavy spread of foundation to cover some of the bruises, and eyeshadow on one eye meant to mimic the black eye on the others, dusted with a little gold powder at the edges. Her hair is down, a few jewels beaded through it, but it's mostly low effort. Some of the gold claw jewelry rings on her hands are for aesthetic, but about 4 of them are splints. You look like shit, Roxy. And that snakebite is rough, honey. I'd offer you some of my foundation, but I don't have any in your shade. If you'd like, maybe I can swing back to Ethos and see what the Midnight Circus has for clown makeup. There's a pause. Oh, where have you been? Crashing weddings, breaking 7 of my bones, rewriting my damn spellbook. God, I'm about to become a fucking warlock. Just, can we do an infernal pact because this bullshit takes so long? Zariel grows stern. Mortals. Those mortals. The cursed ones. Not to be confused with the one of your realm. Not many of them left, to be honest. I'd consider 2 remaining quite the good number, on an average day, but the problem are the ones who are still operational. Miss Ashes has at least always seemed to struggle with her potential, but I fear the marriage might have given her more resolve. Enough to match the other, which... Don't get me started on the wizard. Fucking abjurers. Don't remind me. I have Mephistopheles practically begging at the edge of the embargo to rend me into spell components. Abjurers are just so, and at the same time they both say insane. Do you have a plan to deal with them, or are you going to require some assistance? Deal with them? I find that they've been dealing with themselves quite well, all things considered. Though granted, there's been a step back. Mortal pluck, you intend to say that this attempt came from their group? Yeah. They work with Neuraxis. That abjurer, Godbrand, has that man in a pact. There you go. Intel. From an ally. Isn't it great how these things just work out? Right. So they are working with Neuraxis. Which means they were after Azazel for the consort ship. In all likelihood, given the intricacies of their attempt, they've likely found themselves a stronger ally than we first anticipated. Neuraxis is one of them, but this could be a larger web than I was initially anticipating. This is why we keep an eye on these people. Things tend to work themselves out, yes, they tend to. Let me be honest with you, Zariel, these are not the type of people who just work things out on their own. They are the cockroaches in our plans for otherworldly bullshit domination, whatever the fuck we're doing nowadays. She kind of just mumbles to herself as she sits down. Zariel very poignantly, like, sharpens her eyes at Roxanne. You've changed. Haven't we all? End of the world. What I'm getting at is that you're going to want to deal with them soon. I'm not worried. I'm really not. If they knew enough about Azazel to go for this particular play, it's likely at this point they know of the Halo. They'll be dealt with. And even if they aren't, blood will still be spilled. Okay. Whatever you say. Operations still remain at about 34%. So, in the meantime, please, get this fucking war on with. Who are our biggest problems right now? Mephistopheles. Always Mephistopheles. Anyone else? The lawmakers. And you may come into issue with Dispeter. Though I'm in talks with Titivolus, things aren't as dire as they seem. And the rest? Pushovers. Well, certainly nice to talk with someone with your stature, princess. With all that underway, though, I'm going to have to take my leave. I am dreadfully busy. And I'm concussed. I'll be checking in soon when progress has made it to about 50%, so expect that in the coming 2-ish days. Toodaloo. A flash of light. If I have permission to speak, Harman. You do. If these mortals are as strong as we are warned that they are, is it not pertinent to keep you as protected as possible, my queen? Perhaps. Then I should go to the Halo post-haste. But even beyond that, Azazel. The experiment was cute, but if I have permission to speak, I think it more pertinent that you gain consortship with someone able to fend their core. Zariel reaches her hand down, slowly slides it down his back, grabs onto the rear plate of his armor, and squeezes it so much that it leaves indentations because of her flaming fingers pressing into it. And she leans down. No. No, Hanuman. I need you right here. I could help you more, my lady. I am nothing without you. And that's what I need from you. The nothingness you are without me. That will be something beautiful. Dakota, you feel your eyes beginning to flutter as Zariel lets go of Haruman and turns back to him. Now, get to it. Go secure. Make sure that the Nakalavi has things under control. you wake up, Dakota.
God, just damn.
With all that information in mind, yeah.
I'm gonna go make my morning experimental brew. This is fucked
Yeah,
up.
you're gonna go make your brew. I'm imagining that you're just kind of ruminating on what's happening.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Also, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, I feel like if this is what wakes him up, I feel like he's probably one of the first people up, so he's getting shit started with the fire.
I feel like, yeah, it's a thing where people tend to long rest into the last 4 hours of it with, like, the trance people, just to make the most of the night. So yeah, you're definitely at this point then going to be the first one up, and you're just kind of slowly setting by the fire and just sitting down and putting your elixir over it. I'm imagining just pondering to yourself over what you saw.
Oh yeah, there's an intense face.
All right. Okay. Ooh. And I'd imagine with that, unless there's anything else... Oh, right. I guess Charpay. I forgot.
It's okay. Hi.
Hi. Throughout the night, you feel the gentle hum of a glowing rune behind you. On this night, sterling silver, I want you to roll a charisma check.
Just a check?
Yes.
Oh, that wasn't very good. That's a 13.
You stand at a crossroads on a long, winding road. Before you are two paths. One stretches out of darkened leaves and crooked vine, slow weeping willows that drift down. In the distance, oozing, wretched, from the ground. A trail of what appears at first to be water, but instead is something more reflective with a sheen of a bit of rose gold. The other path, cherry blossoms, long and winding, that taper off into an endless fog. Which path calls to you?
Even though you described the weeping willow path as green, just immediately my heart goes to that purely because of just Lily and Varilla. That's her path.
Stepping away from the cherry blossoms that have forever been a symbol of you, you step towards something new. Your healed feet step upon the beginnings of this path, over the reflective liquid that echoes back up towards you. With your wedding dress slowly aching its way down the aisle, you're able to see, below you, a wisping figure in the reflection. Deepened shadow. Darkened form. It crawls its hands and long stiletto nails underneath towards you, making pressure on every reverse footstep it makes against yours. You feel a sharp sensation wrap around your ankle. As eventually that shadow grabs onto you and pushes itself up like a dancer, swirling around up towards your neck. Pretty girl. Beauty of ash. Do you wish to burn? Or do you wish to bloom?
Blooming sounds a bit more pleasant.
You to grow. It requires sustenance. Sustenance. The dancer thing whirls around you. Point-tipped feet kind of spin around in front of you and continue with long arms and just kind of grip onto itself, standing a shadowed flame. We feed off the moments that scorned us. What has scorned you, child?
It was my father. And my grandfather, I suppose. I wanted to be nothing like either of them.
Your pain will stab you once more. But only this will open further doors. The shadow.
That is all right.
Around the tree line. A slow, stalking movement from the shadow. You see, on thick and heavy footsteps, boots tracking blood with every footstep. Furred collar dragging behind a long, torn cloak. Pale, white skin. Jagged X-mark scar across his chest, those spiraling horns and pitch-white hair. Behind him, a wildfire. Hello, princess. Long time, baby.
Enjoying being dead?
Enjoying the chance to feel your flesh again.
You're not gonna.
Really. He starts to slowly step out from the tree line, growing behind him. You gave up everything I gave you, ungrateful girl. Every inch, every scrap. The power that could have saved so many of your friends. You give up the power of the Phoenix's call. Because you were always scared of the fire. How pitiful. That because you never walked its path, it will now burn you.
You haven't done any good for anyone. Never.
Yet I let you be.
Father. It has been a great struggle for me to do any good for anyone. And that I hope you understand. That it is not embracing you that has allowed me to do anything good.
With a 13 on your charisma saving throw, you find yourself stealing to the ground. Given the fight you've put up, I'm going to put a +3 to make it a 16. At once, the agonizing flames, the crack of lightning begin to surge towards you like writhing, putrid, fetid snakes, moving their old, twisted bodies, dragging against the floor like slugs, leaving trails of blood behind them, flame that tries to lick its way up those twisted branches. As the crack of a naginata and the low rum of fire begin to embrace their way around you in a tangling dance, you feel your body the shells of your horns start to heal. And your back, for a second, your spine, just that darkened makeup running down your face even more than it was before. And you look down for a second and see the stretching of darkened branches starting to crawl around your stomach. This burning sensation, it digs deep inside of you. It feels like inches of crackling thunder. It looks like charcoal logs and thunderbolts at once, and yet it is something new. A dark dread of a weeping willow. For facing this tonight, you still have faced your pain. Such will take sacrifice. As such, for the next day, your hit point maximum has been reduced by 10. But your progression into hagdom has increased.
Noted. Just for the next day?
Just for the next day. Yeah.
Alright.
And with that, you awaken. Okay. With that in mind, everyone makes their way awake.
Thank you for helping me.
Of course. It'll be a tough journey for you. Tonight was only the beginning.
I mean, not literally, because that's kind of the whole point, but I did enjoy that.
Maybe you're more cut out for this than most.
Well, and she'll get up, join the others.
Now then, someone has quite the expression on their face. Maggie walks towards kind of like the main bonfire and looks at Dakota and everyone else waking up.
Oh, you know how it is. Not great sleeping conditions sometimes. Bad dreams, the like.
Bad dreams. Well,
Oh,
I
the
happen to work
worst.
quite closely with dreams, and your expression is not one of that of a bad dream.
Yeah, it's closer to a nightmare.
Or a vision, perhaps?
Yeah, which is the worst out of the three. They always feel so real. I hate it.
You're a seer. That's because they are.
It doesn't matter. Nobody ever listens to them. Why do you think I live out here? I've been trying for so long to just have someone to listen, and actually hear and trust what I have to say. I feel like I'm going crazy sometimes. Do you want to hear my dream? It's a shitty dream.
If you would like to talk about it, I'm interested.
And
Oh.
Hi. I just woke up as well.
Good morning.
It's always good to talk about these sorts of things, but if it means anything, I will know that you're not lying. And I don't think that you're lying either way.
That actually means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll skip some details just simply because my dreams kind of start the same. It's always kind of a consistent precursor, but the real meat and potatoes of it, it was this big room. There were people talking, many voices, and I remember I heard Zariel's voice, and Haruman was there as well.
Okay.
And there was a third person that the name was said, but I, for the life of me, do not know who it is. Roxy? I don't know who Roxy is.
Can you imagine that for a second?
Roxanne?
Yes. And
It's Roxanne.
He, in his head,
Yeah.
just imagines that heels, the bodysuit, the beads, everything.
He looks like shit.
I know.
Roxanne.
She said she broke 7 bones.
Well, she's alive.
And in hell.
And working with Zariel.
Yes, co-conspiring, I would say. They talked a lot about working together, possibly, should things continue. They also said they're going to be going after some Mephistopheles, the Spatter, the Lawmaker. He thinks
The
everyone
other
else-
archdevils.
Yes, but everyone else is a pushover, apparently. But I digress. Do any of you know something called the Halo?
That's what we're going after.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to make sure they were one and the same. I you know how things are named down here. They're sending more protection. Specifically, Haruman is going to protect the Halo. And by now, Roxanne, as you call her, Roxy, has left this kind of meeting. And I think Haruman and Zariel are courting.
Melania has the most insane look on her face.
Melania is witness to the reimagining of the ass grab.
Yeah.
He's so real.
Melania stares into space for a good second and goes, ooh, ooh.
Yeah, you're seeing this? It's absolutely bonkers.
Scandalous.
Terrifying.
I'm sorry, you all seem to recognize this Roxy character.
Yes, she crashed my wedding.
Wait, hang on.
Yes,
real
she
quick,
brought up a wedding.
real quick though.
9.
Regarding the whole their potential coitus in a way. Was this a consortship ordeal?
I think because it started with Haruman being like, "Hey, you should consort with somebody who actually can stand up for themselves." And then Zariel got touchy.
And then
So,
she
but
said,
he's still the
but-
consort.
and then
But
she
what
said
was her
no.
answer? She said no.
Yeah,
That's the important part.
thankfully. Ugh. Did not
Is
like
Azazel here to hear this?
Azazel's still like kind of in the shack area. Also, I believe in the thing they mentioned like now that Azazel's gone. So if Dakota wants to clarify.
Yes, sorry. Yes, they had mentioned. I'm gonna say that. Can I say that Melania sees that?
Yeah.
Just
Mela-
since Dakota's probably having a moment.
Yeah, I think Melania will go, no, I think whatever seems to happen, you know, what happened at the assassination attempt, it must have worked. Especially if Haruman was shooting a shot like that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Well, I suppose it's not great that he's protecting the Halo, but if we can track him, then we know exactly where it is, right?
I mean, I think we already have directions at the very least. The problem, I think, is the more security and Haruman and his big sword.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
There was also mention of an operation, 34% complete.
Mm. That's a
Percentages are
different number.
never a good thing.
No, that's what I was thinking. Numbers are in the mix. You know it's serious.
The Maker's number was very different from that, so that's a different project.
Yeah, she's working on
And-
something else or related, maybe.
But Roxanne was helming that? You said?
Out of character, can I get quick
Yes,
clarification?
yeah, it was.
Thank you.
That was
Yes, it
Roxanne's
was.
number, yeah.
That was correct.
Okay. Her
Take
whole
over of ethos or the burgeoning of the new god.
Her whole thing is graviturgy, although it could have to do with Genesis.
I'm just.
Would be good to find out what that is.
Huh.
Sorry to circle back to this again, but who is Roxy? You mentioned graviturgy. Do we know graviturgy down in hell?
Not really.
Okay.
I'll admit
so-
I'm curious as well. what
Yeah,
this
she
could be.
is. Well, she was a mother of a friend of mine a while ago. She is.
Oh my.
You know how you
Excellent.
have consorts here? On the material plane, they're more casual. She's the wife of Pluto, who is a pantheonic god on the material plane.
So is she
I
like on the
see.
level of a god? Considering that she's allying with Zerial, that's cause for concern, right?
Yes, she is
Indeed.
very powerful. And she had just been sort of murdered by her own husband at my wedding, but I see that she's recovered. So I'm not sure what her feelings are on the matter.
He called you cockroaches. It was very rude.
I
Specifically
don't
mentioned
take it personally.
you by name. He points at Charpay. And
Oh, wow.
the wizard. He says he's using quotation marks with his fingers.
I assume that one's directed at me.
Yes, damn abjurers, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Very sorry
Jurors
to say.
plural?
I think it was just in reference to you. Abjurer, jam abjurer. No, okay, yeah. So, thank you, God.
Don't worry, it was also in reference to Mephistopheles.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
true. That and Mephistopheles as well.
Ah.
I don't
I
like
didn't know
that they're
that.
targeting my husband.
Very sorry to have you find out like this.
Okay, thank you for telling me.
Well, yes, I've been having these terrible visions for a while now. That's why I kind of knew who the cursed ones were.
Wait, I thought you were the cursed one.
Well, no, I'm the cursed one, but the cursed ones is multiple
Gideon.
beings. Yes. And their other friends encased in nondescript glowing object. Because I forget what it is. I'm sorry.
Gold. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
For what it's worth, I mean, I understand that the visions are probably not pleasant at night, and I'm sorry about that, but I've known more than a couple people on the material plane who do suffer from nightly, truthful and often quite helpful visions, so if we can get insight into what Zariel and the whole power system is doing, I think that is a great thing.
Yes, this is very helpful, Dakota. If you ever get more visions like this, like during rest or anything, that's very pertinent.
I will be honest, Thank you. Being listened to is really nice.
Yeah.
And going from not
course.
being allowed in society for seeing visions to being essential to a team he's tearing up a little bit.
Oh,
You guys are just so nice to me.
hey,
Sweetheart.
It's lonely out here, man.
I think very highly of vision seers, personally.
Mind readers, vision seers, we're kind of on the same wavelength on things,
I guess, but I'm much more skilled with doing things with my hands. I leave a lot of the thinking to smarter people. I just like making.
Hey, well,
I understand.
that's a good asset to the team. Speaking of making, so now we have a couple of problems, don't we? Extra security, whatever the Halo is, and no car.
Yeah, I was hoping that they didn't know we'd be going after it.
I guess
I
it was
think
a
they're-
deduction.
Yeah, they're
That isn't
anticipating.
good, but you mentioned that Haruman split a building out of rage, right?
More than one.
If he's
Wonderful.
guarding the Halo, how careful do you really think he's going to be?
Given his infatuation for Zerial, I'm going to actually go on a limb and say maybe more careful than not. Which means maybe he's not going to go all out.
It's a good
Maybe.
thing for
Could be
us.
true.
So
Also,
either he
it's
fucks
important to
up
note-
and... Oh, go ahead.
Okay. It's also important to note that a lot of his strength seems to be channeled through his sword, which, near as I can tell, seems to be how he channels hellfire.
Right.
Right.
Disarming it might be helpful.
Yeah. If we can manage
Just
to get
slowing him
that
down at least.
Disarm and overwhelm.
Yeah.
Maybe an ideal tactic.
Disarm,
And if-
overwhelm. Yeah.
And if we can make him lose track of where exactly the Halo is, make it reckless.
A distraction.
Maybe.
Replica.
Oh. Crafty.
I could. I could try.
I think the main issue is we don't know what the Halo exactly
Right.
looks like.
It would have to be on the
True.
fly.
Hmm.
And we've got a couple illusionists, don't we?
Wait a
We
second.
do, and
Maggie? Yes? You know Zerial? Like when she was an angel, right? Of course I did. I gave you all the backstory rundown you could have ever needed. Would you
so you've
just...
seen it.
Yes! Spend time with her all the time. Oh. She kind of waves her hands together and is going to wax out a memory of the old Zerial. Indeed, her halo is a full circle moon, crescent moons, even smaller crescent moons, kind of going outward in a line.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Pretty Halo for such an asshole. But, well, Dakota, you said you were good with your hands. I do also have, creation magic, if you need that help.
Oh,
Force
that
cutter.
might come in handy. I have a few things I could probably put together while we're here at camp, just to help us, the upcoming short-speed battle. Yes, I have a few things.
Well, if
An idea then? Creating a decoy?
if we can get geared up, get the decoy, that's a good start.
Right.
I certainly think so.
Only limitation to my magic is, can't create anything magical.
Doesn't stop
Doesn't
us
have to
from...
be magical.
Doesn't
just has to
stop
look
us
like
as,
it.
Doesn't stop us as well from casting our magic on it, does it?
It does not.
Exactly.
A little
In
bit of
fact,
a light
I'm,
spell goes a long way.
Dakota's kind of proudly holding his alchemist tools on his belt, and just going, I can do anything with these. Genuinely. coughs and +8 bonus.
True.
I suppose I could upgrade some of your weapons. Maybe some rocky talkies.
Ooh, really?
Always useful.
Yes, they're quite fun to make.
I haven't seen a Rocky Talkie since Wolvenshire.
Why does everybody know what a Rocky Talkie is?
It's a rock, and you talk into it. I feel like it's self-explanatory. Remember when I said earlier that I don't do rocks? I lied. I do a little bit of rock, but only sedimentary.
I'm sure not
I find
everyone
that
in the world has made the same joke.
Well, you know what they say? People think alike.
So you can do anything with that alchemy kit, right? Or you're a quite skilled builder, yeah?
Yes, I can. I'm
What
quite
would
good
we
with them. I can,
need to get a vehicle up and running?
well, we would definitely need working with what I have here, or working with like other vehicle parts. Like, do we have a broken vehicle?
You have you definitely with your scrap pile don't have enough to just make a vehicle. You have some parts like engines and stuff to get like a shell up and running again.
Okay. Do you have like a chassis perhaps? Because I can probably, if given enough time, I can probably make a functional enough engine. Might not last forever, certainly won't last for long, but it will work. And I can't do much else than that because that would expend most, if not all, of my parts.
Okay.
I also have I can make a weapon have kind of that radiant glimmer, that radiant kind of shine to it. I can make your armor a bit stronger. I can enhance your arcane focus. I can enhance your weapon. I can make your weapon return to you when you throw it. Like this. He throws his spear and then holds his hand out and it returning weapons back into his hand. It's quite useful.
I might ask you to do that on my broom, actually. Because that thing always is flying away.
Yes, of course. I'd be more than happy. It'll take probably about an hour.
You said you make weapons glowy?
Yes, radiant, I would describe it.
Could you feasibly do that to the fake halo?
I could make the fake halo radiant, I suppose.
Well, it's a halo.
Out of character, that would be.
Yes, you could. I think that works out then.
And if you're not too busy already, I probably could go for some armor. This is about all I have to work with as a dress.
Yes, absolutely. I can. I can't. I don't think I have. I don't think I have.
Armor.
Yeah, Moloch offered me leather armor several sessions ago.
I can enhance the leather armor. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So
absolutely. I'm getting on it.
Yeah, Dakota grabs the armor.
I can make you plate if you want.
Grab some stuff
What,
off.
sorry?
I can make you any armor. Like, do you want plate?
No, I'll just take leather.
No.
Leather?
I mean, well, I don't want the stealth debuff.
Okay, I can get you a breastplate. That's the highest AC you can get without.
Maybe so.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Budget approved.
Well, if you guys are working on inventory stuff, yeah. Is there any other major ideas going around of what you guys want to do next, majorly?
I will say out of character, just DM me if you are getting me to do something for you, so I can make a little list. Yeah.
Because you don't have a vehicle, you could still try to approach the encampment leading up to wherever the halo is without a vehicle. Yeah.
I'm thinking, is it possible to do some kind of check to look for parts that might help?
You saw a scrapyard earlier.
There was a scrapyard. We could look around for parts.
Dakota has an excited expression. I love the scrapyard. They should really call it a treasure yard.
Is it safe at the scrapyard?
Is it?
No.
I would assume not. Oh no, terribly unsafe. Oh, loads of violations. But
But sometimes you have
I
to make
mean-
a risky play to get something good out of it.
It's exactly. But you can find some real treasures there. But you can find some real trash too. It's kind of a, you know, you really have to know what you're looking for.
If you're thinking of going, B, I'd love to go with you.
Let's make it a little girls' trip.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, you two just go. Okay, very dangerous scrapyard, and then it's just okay.
Oh, I can go along with them.
Yeah, I was going to say perhaps someone with a great deal of strength.
Perhaps it is a party trip, not just a cross
Yes,
trip.
Maybe so.
You know,
Shopping trip.
Girls and everyone
The more
else.
we can carry would probably be helpful.
yeah.
Well, we could probably fashion a little sled out of some wire and leftover laying beams when we get there to drag things back. Who knows? We might find a motorcycle chassis. I can only
see.
cross my fingers and tail and hope.
Sounds smart. Wait,
Alright.
I should really
Yeah.
ask this before we go, Dakota. How certain are you that anything present is not made of solid gold, silver, or copper? Are we dealing with copper here?
No, not
Different metals? Okay, good.
different
Making
metals. Plus, I can't always say for sure. We're gonna have to. It's
Okay.
a on a basis
Okay.
thing. We'll find out
Yeah.
when we get there.
Alright.
I'll be careful to not touch things that are really important.
Alright. So most everyone else is gonna be staying most of the NPCs are probably gonna be staying back at the camp. Yeah. Yeah. So with that, I'm assuming the entire party is going to head out towards the scrapyard?
Yes.
Alright.
Seems likely.
Yippee!
With your trek underway, we are gonna go
Oh
on
yeah.
our quick
Right before we leave, I do cast 8 on everyone, 3rd level, so that's plus 10 HP to everyone.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. And we're back where we last left off. The party were on their way to the scrapyard. Let me scroll back down on my document because I went up for a second. Ooh. Okay. So, let's jump back into things. As you come back upon the horizon to see the grand heap of trash, you realize it runs so high that it's like a series of hills. Scrapped chunks of metals and leathers and debris littering every inch of the heap. There are fetid bags of something with a gruesomely chemical smell permeating the air. So many small things thrown away without care. Garments, broken weapons, poorly strung traps. Perhaps the most pertinent thing that has been tossed into this heap are books, actually. Pages and pages of them. Torn covers and tomes stained with oils, ichors, and residue. Some of them with burnt pages left to fester on the ground, too blackened to read from. Some simply torn at and ravaged by corrosion and age. Begin to walk into the trash heap. Who has a passive perception above 15? Okay. Moloch.
I do.
Moloch, Gideon, and B.
Reason I'm struggling to check. 1 second. I'm so
No
sorry.
worries. No worries.
What was the number again?
15.
Oh, okay.
15 up.
Where did I put that?
I definitely don't, for what that's worth.
That's okay. Once you find it as well, you can apply your knowledge to this as well. As you start to head into this place, you realize what Dakota meant by not the safest place. There's a number of spring-loaded, discarded traps, and you get the sense that the place isn't entirely kind to an unsteady step. So it's best to keep your eye on the ground and approach with caution. That's about all I'd mention. Traps abound.
Okay.
Make sure to mind your step.
I probably would have done it on the way over, but I would have ritual cast Detect Magic just to have that up as we're investigating.
Gotcha. Well, you certainly find it here and there. Remnants, for the most part. Small bits of glowing you can detect from some of these books, specifically. They kind of run the gamut here and there, between almost every class of, like, magic you can really think of, save for the dunamantic types, or lunamancy. Besides that, there's not much to say in regards to particular magic oddities to be found within this place. There is, however, a very pungent odor starting to take in as you get further and further into the heap. You're met with a series of leather-stretched, framed canvases, thoroughly punched through and torn and burnt. It smells like burning paint thinner in the air. And the pungent odor is growing even thicker as you continue to step forward. Since you guys are minding your step and keeping an eye out for things, there is an area up ahead where there are a series of sprung, open-up bear traps just barely peeking out. The series of books scattered across the ground. You can see them. At the very least, those with the high enough passive perception can, but they lay in wait despite this.
Yeah, right.
Alright. So, should we just split up but not too far? Try to cover more ground, see what we can find?
Yeah, we're looking for a vehicle, right?
Works for me.
Or
Yeah.
parts of one. Yeah.
A chassis, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to divide into groups if we're splitting up?
We could do like
Probably, yeah.
we could do like
Yeah,
groups of
groups of
two
two,
and have
yeah.
a major person from each group be nominated to do an investigation check in their specific reason with help action from the other person. We could do that.
Yeah, that's smart.
That's a good plan.
Okay.
Yeah. It's come to my attention that me and B are both not perceptive at all, so we probably shouldn't be
Unfortunately
together as much
not.
as I'd like to be.
Very high
I can take
investigation.
B with me.
Yeah, Dakota and B can go together.
Oh, never mind.
Or what?
Oh, sorry,
That's not
my
me.
bad. Oh,
Not
you
right.
come too. I mean,
It's alright.
Yeah, how are we doing?
how?
Actually, do we have 7 with Melania?
Yeah.
Okay,
But I
then we can
admit-
do 3.
Yeah, we can do groups of 3.
Okay, yay!
Yeah.
All right, I will take B and Ms. Evans. Evans, oh my God, Charpay Evans. My
It's the
brain.
other one.
Miss
Yeah.
Ashes.
I will take Ms. Ashes and Ms. B.
My bad for clinging. I just like misheard. Like, what
No,
you meant.
you're iconic. I'm excited to have Ms.
Yay.
Ashes in my group.
All right,
Yay.
off they go. So I guess that's, yeah, you could either do a group of 3 or like groups of 2, or just like, I don't know, have a 4 group for the rest of you.
You guys want to split up or stay together as one big group if those 3 are gone?
I guess those 3 together, then I guess we'll stay together then.
Okay,
Okay.
That's fine.
sounds good to me. They're going in that direction, so I guess we're going to go this one.
Yeah.
You 4, we'll get to you 4 in a second. We'll start with the other 3. You 3 are heading into the direction of a couple more of these old thrown heaps of books and thrown away canvases and portraits. Though I'm assuming eventually you're trying to make your way towards a distant pile of metal off in the distance.
Indeed.
Does anyone in this tiny group have a passive perception of 15 up?
No, I don't.
We forgot.
The reason I suggested this plan, it appears we have made a slight oversight.
Yeah, I was gonna say my passive perception's 11.
Fuck.
We're all 11.
Wait, let me check them. I think proficient.
Here's
So
the
why do we
thing.
do this?
Is that,
I am
yeah.
proficient. I'm so sorry, gamers. It's 15.
Okay, yay.
Okay,
Okay,
Dakota has the
yay.
15.
Thank you.
I was like,
you
I
lived
know.
here. I trust you.
I forgot that if you're proficient in perception, it gets
Yeah,
the perception.
okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
The
okay,
bonus.
okay, back in. So, you guys begin to make your way down with Dakota taking lead, just due to eyes out on every inch of the surrounding area. You manage, thankfully, with Dakota's guidance, to step aside from the series of bear traps that are still clawing near you and trying to kind of snatch up around your ankles. It's once again eerily quiet, Dakota. There's not exactly normally this level of nothingness around here. But eventually, as you continue down this path, you see kind of limped up against the side of this metal trash pile a figure, slouched, heavy, this thick, bloodied ichor, driving off a scratch mark clawing across half of his face and pulsing down. He's the most fish-like fiend you've seen in Avernus, save for the other 2 of note. But he definitely looks a bit different to Boo and Sween, who take off of more kind of fresher water eels and river creatures like cod and such. Yeah, but that's incorrect to the actual nature, but like they're more natural-ish looking fish. This takes the appearance of something definitely more deep water, kind of an anglerfish-esque down from its head, though slightly split open and dripping with a little bit of redness from it, from a bioluminescent light that just aches.
Can I make a history check to see if I recognize kind of what part of hell? Or is this something I'm just like have never seen before?
You've definitely seen a couple of fish-like fiend in Avernus before. They're definitely not too common, but this is how they typically tend to, like, when it comes to the actual fish they take draws from, it's usually very deep water fish.
Okay.
Yeah. So this does make
And
sense.
Do they look unconscious or awake or just kind
Barely
of slouched
awake,
over?
gills kind of flaring a little bit, and dribbling with something that looks almost like paint.
Ooh. Dakota is going to be cautious as he has his spear in one hand, but he's going to try and gesture to stand in front of the other two, just not really wanting anything to happen. But he is going to slowly approach and just go, "Hello there. Are you all right?"
Trying to get your hands on it. I can't let you get your hands on it. It's mine.
Oh,
I
won't take your
claim of
stuff.
this. I got claim of this place.
Just this section here, or you look terribly injured. I might be able to give you a bit of healing if
Get
you're
yourself away from me.
Okay. He takes a few steps back.
You don't get to come in here looking for my catch. It's mine, my catch.
I assure you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually going to say just, what is your catch, darling?
Wretched. Putrid thing. Those colors. Bench. Beast. Its tendril. Oh, it's eluded me yet, those visions curling in my mind. I see it every time I try to think. It's never smoke, it's never brimstone. It's the whisper. Thick and dripping. All from that beast in my mind, and it's here. I followed its path. And it's here.
In the junkyard?
Kind of
A beast.
lowly grumbles at you. You don't go looking after it, it's mine!
I assure you, I'm not here for any beast.
I saw it. I saw it and I tore into it. I'm gonna get its fiend core. I'm gonna get its fucking core. Slowly starts trying to stand up on just gored, mangled legs. I'm gonna get that thing. And starts achingly stepping towards you. Just, you fully see as it moves the way its insides have been fully filleted and scratched down the side of.
He grimaces. Are you sure you don't want any help? You look really hurt.
They took everything from us. We're made to use our fucking hands. We're made to use these wretched hands! And he falls to his knees and starts dragging his nails into the ground and scratching against them and just pulling heaps of pages and trash into his palms, and they start to slit at bits of him, which start to bleed and drip out ichor. We're made to take these hands and make something of ourselves. We can't do that, can we? Can't do it, can we? So, turn to dust and trash. All we're good at making is blood. Then I gotta make something. Something.
Dakota's going to spare a glance to the two other people with him. He looks kind of very unsure of how to proceed with this.
Yeah. I mean, Charpay is it's also giving just kind of like a very unsteady glance that I think the sentiment coming from her right now is just like, let him try. Let him try to do whatever he's trying to do, because she's not entirely sure if any of this is real. That if it is real, then it's probably better that he reveals the situation to us now than we find out on our own.
And he's gonna start crawling.
Well, we won't get in your way, sir. And she'll kind of, like, get out of the way.
He's crawling back to the direction you came.
Dakota also gets out of the way.
In the meantime, do you wish to try and scavenge? Or is there anything else you want to do here? Just leave the man to his devices.
I mean, I imagine it'll take a while to crawl, so we probably should scavenge while we're here.
I admit I'm uneasy.
Yeah.
Mentions of a monster, and this place is just... I know it looks like a hellish place to be anyways, but it's very quiet. Unnaturally so for this place. I'm off-put by it.
You've never met that man before, right? It's not like he's your neighbor or anything?
No, I never met. I don't think I've seen someone that determined in quite some time.
Right. If he has, as far as I'm concerned, if he gets his catch, good for him. And if he needs the help, which I suspect he will, then we will probably hear it.
I kind of wonder, though. He said something about visions.
He did.
Well, it's worth a shot. Sir! I'm so terribly sorry to interrupt you again. And while the offer of help is still open, you said something about visions?
Yes, I did. It's all I see. Far in the distance. No one ever believes me, but I know what I've seen. I know what I've
I'll believe you. I'll believe you. Tell me. I have visions too. I see them every night. I'll believe you.
I see these wretched hands, not carving flesh. I see them carving sculpture. And then I see ash falling from the sky. The color snuffed, dredged in gray, stolen, taken. All that's left for us is black and red. And now a new color. The only one that's left. So stifling. Red, black, cold. Where's the rest of it gone? Where's the rest of it gone? I'm gonna catch it again. I'm gonna catch it again.
I believe you. The red, the black, the cold, I believe you. And I'm sorry that the visions plague you. But if you say you'll find it, I think you will.
I know it's here. In this
it's here.
lost crypt. place, thrown away like trash. Like we all were.
Would you like some help looking for it?
No!
Okay.
No. I need to make something of myself again.
Okay. Thank you for telling me.
Starts crawling.
I believe
again.
you. He would nod. He kind of goes back to being Charpay.
That was kind of you. We should probably get to looking for stuff.
We should keep our heads on a swivel. Something
Right.
tells me the thing it's looking for may be dangerous.
Right.
Go ahead and roll investigation.
Is it a thing where we all roll, or are we doing one, like, one with advantage?
You can all roll.
Okay, nice.
Sweet.
Oh, now for 20.
Fuck, well, I did bad, so that's good.
18.
18?
That fucked it all up.
8. That's
Yeah.
okay. Charpay,
20 plus 8.
you're definitely not, like, able to really, like, find a gripping and, like, a way to get into the metals and such. It kind of is just, like, a slop of different melted things to you. But Beelzebub and Dakota seem more versed in just fully getting their hands dirty and digging into shit, interestingly enough, despite Beelzebub's proper, prim-looking exterior. Dakota, with a... What did you get again? It was a... what?
I got an 18. It was a
An
14 plus
18?
4.
You're making your way through. You find a couple of good scraps of, like, very good kind of sterling silver and a couple of good chunks of metal that you can just, like, hold on to and such for later. You also managed to unearth about 3 soul coins, just tossed away, I suppose.
Oh!
Couple of
Finally.
shiny ones. You're able to bite a little bit on the end, and they do indeed indent
Free
as they're
money.
supposed to. And most wonderfully is you're able to find an extra component for an infernal war machine. Unfortunately, it's not a full shell, but you are able to find a almost fully intact, just needs a couple of repairs, a little a acid bile sprayer.
That's sick.
As for Beelzebub, you are able to find something good as well. You're able to find almost half of a shell of a vehicle at this point, so it's able to go about halfway up and in. It appears to be of some sort of scavenger, at least a very armored one is the thing. This is a very armored bit of shell, which is enough to provide a little bonus as well, that being of gilded death armor.
Ooh.
Which, yeah. It will grant infernal war machines resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, if applied to it. So, that is what you are able to find in your uncovering of materials. As for the other group, let's go to them. So, you continue down the winding path. Melania, Sween, Moloch, Gideon. Through the scrap heap, you follow the scent of the very thin, kind of painterly air, following a little bit of a trail that's being made of swirling colors mixing together. And it's not long before you round across a large heap of trash and see what looks like a grotesque, multicolored blood spill. It reeks of molding paint. In the middle of this lake, a half-sunken scavenger vehicle, nigh entirely intact from the surface.
As we're approaching, can we just look around to see if there's any enemies nearby or anything like that?
You can roll active perception.
Yeah. Oh, 15.
You take a glance across the scene around you. You don't see any shapes or figures that stand out as moving organically amongst the trash heaps. But the paint in the water does have eyes.
Eyes?
You know, the way the paint bends into it, you can almost swear that there's black scleras and 2 little pupils in each of them.
Am I getting anything from the water with detect magic?
Illusion.
Interesting.
You don't
Yeah, I
know.
definitely tell the
Gideon
party
hasn't
of
said
this.
it. Okay, yeah. Well, now
no,
Gideon does.
Yeah. Don't speak for me. Yeah, no, I definitely just tell the party, sensing illusion magic from the water.
Illusion?
Yeah.
Is it the vehicle? Is that an illusion?
Is the vehicle an illusion? It's not. No, not the vehicle. The water, it seems like.
It looks more like paint than water.
I could try hitting it with Dispel Magic, though we need to be ready for if something pops out because of it.
Yeah.
That's very likely something will.
Right. I mean, we've seen all this traps scattered around here. I wouldn't be surprised if this is another.
Yes, that is true.
Is this something we want to... This is a beehive we want to poke.
Well, there's a vehicle or something like in there, hopefully. Right?
Yeah, that seems very useful. And I don't think we have the flexibility right now to be choosy given our current situation.
All right. I'm ready for a fight.
All right. Let's do this.
Okay. So, is anyone preparing anything? Or are we jumping right in with the dispel?
Let me check the range real quick. But yeah, if you guys want to get set up in like some sort of combat position.
Yeah, the only thing I want to make sure that I'm in front of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully we're like more spread out is my idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So yeah, just let me know what you guys are setting up, and I mean, I am also, if you're spreading out, then I'm also going to keep that in mind for reasons.
I'm sure nothing important in particular.
No.
Okay.
No.
What's the range on the spell magic, actually?
120 feet. It's
Okay, so you can get very far if you want.
I could get very far if I wanted to. I'll probably do like 60 though, or 30 maybe, or 60.
Yeah. So yeah, let's just all like spread around the area. I'll make sure that I'm the closest because I'm pretty sure I'm the closest thing this party has to a tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Okay. If that is the case, then yeah. Is anyone preparing actions as well? Is another big thing.
I'm passively taking the dodge action constantly, if that is anything.
It definitely is. It definitely is.
Just bracing myself.
I mean, I guess actually that's a good point. Just like being prepared to get out of the way in case something comes blasting out of there.
All right.
So.
True.
So, if that is the case, so you're all basically just getting the fuck out of Dodge, trying to make sure that you have everything that you need to just get prepared for a fight, is what I'm getting at, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, with that in mind, let me know when you're gonna cast Dispel Magic.
Unless anyone has anything else I want to do, I'll just do it right now.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, I'll just do 3rd level, and I'll roll for it if I have to.
Guidance in case.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Guidance in case.
that's concentration, so you can still do your dodge stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. With that in mind, Gideon.
Yeah.
As you kind of stay relatively back, with everyone else beginning to tense as everyone makes their way towards a position hopefully most suitable for combat. You take your hand and the paint on the surface starts to disperse a little. Or rather, the eyes shifting underneath it in a way fade out into a slurry of colors that drift out. For a second, there's stillness in the water. Perhaps all it was some kind of mechanism to scare away greedy hands from something. That is very much not the case. As you see ripples begin to trail from the surface of the water, sending spirals of oil spill like colors off into the distance. And as quickly as it all went silent, it erupts outwards as in a small whirling tornado out rises what can only be described as a creature made of pure scales, paint, and metal. Trash and heaps fuse together into a gargantuan maw with strands down its side made of slick oil and paint. A massive kind of dinosaur X-face that kind of cracks open with an unhinged jaw that splits out into 3 different directions and lets out a massive cry that sounds like shrieking paint cans slammed together. As this thing rises up out of the water, it turns towards you and lets out this huff of energy as from out of its mouth dribbles more of the paint. And tendrils start to rise out of the water. Roll for initiative.
Yeah. And yeah, somebody use the walkie-talkie. Let him know. Let him know we got trouble.
Help! Yeah, I was almost gonna ask, like, do we hear this giant ass roar just from the other side of the scrapyard?
Yeah, and let's get everyone positioned, shall we, in the paint's trash yard.
We'll
So-
be the initiative.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's get everyone positioned, shall we? So, where was Gideon gonna go? I'm just gonna, like, yeah, chill out over here.
Ideally, you guys are behind cover, right?
Something like maybe on one of like the rock pillars. They're like, how far is that? Is the top middle rock pillar?
The top room. This one?
The top middle. The top middle. And then go over. No, to the other pillar, the pillar right next to it.
Oh, the cameras are mirrored, by the
How many feet away from it am I?
Okay, from the top of the pillar. Okay, so you are 35 feet away, but with the top of the pillar as well, it's going to give you an extra, like, 30 feet of an inclination. So, 65.
You know what? That other one seemed kind of cool, actually. Let's go back to that other one.
Okay. Okay, so from this one...
How far am I now?
You are 60 feet away, plus another 30, so 60, 70, 80, 90. 90 feet away.
Cool, alright.
Okay, 90 feet away, Melania is 50 feet away. Where are we gonna put Moloch?
I want to be the closest.
Okay.
Is that like an actual cliff there, or just? Like
It goes right into it. Like, once it hits
Okay.
here, it goes right into the paint.
Yeah, I'll be like. Yeah, that's fine. I'll like maybe like 15 feet away from it.
Like, there? Or closer?
Like closer. I mean.
Oh.
Yeah, like 15 feet total away from it.
So, like, here.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cool, and Sween.
I think a bit further down, but still relatively close. So like, I don't know, 5-ish squares down from Moloch and left 2.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think
5,
it's a little hard to see the lines.
6. Yeah, it is a
Maybe.
little weird on this one. Yeah.
I think that's reasonable.
Okay. Without further ado, have we rolled in? Except for me. I have a 5. So, without further ado, that is going to start us off with Sween. You are first in initiative. Let me
initiative and never beat someone in.
2 Melania. Well, actually, 2 has the dex, or Melania has the dex, so she ties. No, she doesn't tie. She has 10. So she's after Sween. Okay, so Sween, you are first up. What are you doing?
My first. Oh, I didn't even plan. Ay ay ay. What do I do?
It's a good question.
How far am I from this thing?
Hit it. Hit it with big attack.
Slap it. Yeah, screw it. I mean, I'm just gonna thunder step right up to it on from the south side.
Okay. So like around here?
Yep.
Okay.
It's not the best option. I probably shouldn't have done that, but whatever. I'll do it anyways.
It's fine. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Quick cast thunder step. For
Quick cast thunder step. Yep. So you snap your fingers. Burst of lightning appeared right next to it. This is liquid. This is also like you are using water combat here, so you're now swimming in here. Into the water-ish. Paint water. Yeah. I don't know if that's a problem for you. You are a fish.
I am a fish. And I guess I'll just slap it silly with my. I'll pull out my Marevna's revving axe.
Oh yeah, Marevna's chain axe. Yeah.
And just slap the thing twice.
Yeah. So you're gonna grab onto it. It's this massive great axe. You're gonna start hacking at it.
All right. Let's see. Oof. Okay. Wait. I have something that gives me a reroll, right? I do. Okay. Oof. That's good. That wasn't that one at first.
Oh. Woof.
Okay. Perfect. That's reasonable. Does lowest hit is 18?
Lowest hit is 18. Does all hit.
Perfect. Okay. Sorry, this is new damage for me now. So 2d6. 5, 6.
Sween's playstyle is amazing to me. I just want to say that real quick. I love how Sween fights.
What do you mean? Just slapping in and slapping out?
Just specifically like the knife work and then teleporting around. I love that shit.
It's the only thing I really have. Shoot,
It's
I forgot
good.
what math was. 4, 2, 6. Sorry, it's taking me. I don't know why math is so slow right now.
That's all right.
13, 14. What's my add? Charisma. Where's my charisma? That should be. Oh wait, that was a 19. Oh wait, so I have crit on 19.
Crit on 19. Oh yeah, because of Marevna. Yeah. Or wait, because of what? No. No,
I had
Marevna.
a magic item.
Yo, your magic item does that.
Curse?
Yeah,
I had
Hexblade's
a
Curse.
magic item. Like, well, I do have that technically, but no, I had another magic item for that I have left over.
If it
from,
crits, that does the
early
extra. That does the extra damage from Marevna's chain axe, which does extra cold damage on crits. So yeah, go ahead and add that. You spin it around and across like the top of the water, you are going to like basically you thunder step out onto this with a crit. You take the chain axe and as you're pulling it up, you make footing for yourself with 2 little bits of ice on the bottom there, giving you enough to slice around and send out this shockwave of ice towards it. Yeah. All right. And let me know when you have that damage done. And it's crunchy crits, so we double. Including the...
Double the second one, right? So
Yes.
Sorry, it was 2 attacks, so I double the second attack. So cold damage is from Revna's axe.
Yep.
Was that 12, 10, 9, 14... No, okay, so it's 14... Oh, does the cold damage get doubled, or is that just regular?
It does get doubled, yeah. Crunchy crits.
Oh, okay.
So it's like an insane amount of damage that just comes with this weapon. This weapon is made to crit you the fuck out and do insane shit.
12 plus 22 slash...
Yeah.
There we go. So 18 cold, 22 slash magic.
18, okay, yeah, perfect. So you send a glash into this thing. It starts to spill out bits of kind of like oil, ichor, like this blighted, kind of disgusting paint fume towards you. You're blasted with sensation once again of paint thinner and sulfuric smells just at once. It is grotesque. But you are able to get that first hit in, and its whole body seems to writhe and try and reshape itself as it just lets out like a... that is Sween's turn. Melania, who is going to clap her hands together and is going to cast... Yeah, we're just gonna do a sensible upcast lightning bolt. We're gonna go up for 5th level lightning bolt, and it's just going to shoot that out at the thing. It's gonna make a dexterity saving throw. Fails. And that is going to be 8d6 plus 1, 2, 3 from 5. Or 1, 2 from 5. So that's 31 points of lightning damage as Melania claps her hands together and he like shoots right next to you, Sween, across it. The lightning bolt does also cause fire to flammable objects around it.
Damn.
This is entirely paint thinner.
Yeah.
Melania is going to just kind of bite down, is going to quicken dispel vortex warp, and is going to try to pull Sween and Moloch out of there. If you want to successfully fail. If you want to fail.
No, I hate to do this to us, but isn't that 2 spell slots?
She has the feat that lets you cast 2 leveled spells.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Are we allowed to intentionally fail?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I'm about to fail
So
that hard.
Melania is going to send out the lightning bolt and is going to, at the same time with your other hand, pull you guys in. So it's just going to pull you back out to over here. And is going to basically catch this entire lake on fire. So this entire lake is now... The creature is also going to start burning. Is the thing. So it is going to take an additional 6 points of fire damage as it starts in here, as it just lets out another howl of pain. As Melania goes, I kind of thought that it was going to be a hell substance and not exactly paint thinner, so sorry.
It's okay.
And that is gonna be her turn.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention, I Thunderstep, that is a con save for the creature. For
Oh,
damage.
yes. That's a nat 20.
Never mind.
Okay.
Well, that's still half, but like...
Yeah. Or quadded, yeah. Okay. So yeah, Melania is just gonna set this whole thing ablaze as the lightning goes out. Well, good news! It doesn't seem to be immune to fire! Gideon, do your thing! You're up, Gideon.
I'm up. So
Yeah.
what's it doing right now? It's just sort of in the lake?
Squirming around in the lake of lava.
Fun. Alright.
Or like lit a flame paint thinner.
How big is this thing again?
Big old thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 across, 6 down.
30. So 30 by 30. Okay, I see.
1 second. Continue your spell work.
Okay. And that's not going to be big enough, but maybe Wall of Stone will be?
Maybe. Depends on what you're doing.
Ten by 10. 10 by 10 foot panels. So, and then he's 5, so that's would be 10 by 20. Let's see, 10 by 10. That's how many? Wait, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Like that's what you're going
never
for?
mind. I don't think free float is the issue. Okay.
Mm.
All right. Yeah, I want to cast. Ooh, no, it's probably gonna make that because it's real. It seems like a strong creature. Oh wait, no, I know what I'll do. I'm just gonna cast Mind Whip on it because Tasha's doesn't have a intelligence minimum requirement. So make an int save.
Ooh, int save. Hey, horrifying revelation for you. That's a 24.
A 24? Jesus Christ.
That is horrifying.
Have you considered what this
All
thing
right.
is made out of? Books and inks and... yeah. Books and inks and paints.
Gotcha. I see, alright. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, well, that's my turn, because that was a full-leveled spell, and it saved. Okay.
Yep, so Gideon, you just kind of like throw out Mind Whip, you're gonna just slash it out in the air. It shockingly, like as it makes connection, you see runes spark up through its body, you see some of the books inside of it kind of flap open and closed, and just kind of absorb it into itself. As you just very gently from a distance hear this like quiet gibbering from inside of it. Of what you can tell as the muttering of spellcraft. Moloch, it's your turn.
It's a lot smarter than it looks.
Can I tell that it's muttering on spellcraft?
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast silence on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, that's my turn. I think it's an area I have to designate though.
It is.
is.
Well, here's the issue. I don't think it's big enough to even cover the whole thing.
20-foot
It's-
area. Okay, yeah.
It's not.
If it's a 20-foot radius though, is that still bad? Oh,
That's
shit,
not
that's a
going to fit the
5.
whole thing.
No.
That's a 5.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. Did you say there were bits of metal in there?
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna cast a 4th level heat metal.
Okay. Sounds good.
And let me just do that roll real quick. And
It's gonna counterspell you.
can you not?
Book flips open,
Okay.
shoots your spell down.
Alright, is that
Oh, counterspell's counterspell. Why
Okay,
not? Why
okay.
not?
Fuck around, find out.
thank you. Thank you for that. In that case, yeah. So that's 19 fire damage.
19 fire damage? Yep, takes it and just...
And yeah, I'll just I'll stay. That's fine.
The heat
Okay.
metal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, heat metal. No save to that.
Okay.
Okay. It is
Wasn't there
going...
a con save it has to do because its body's made of metal?
Can it drop its body?
Well, it can't. No, so it.
So it's no
isn't it
save.
supposed to make- Okay, yeah. I couldn't remember exactly how it worked because
Yeah.
heat metal's fucked up.
It does have this. So the con save is only to be able to drop the weapon or quote unquote weapon or object. And
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
innately, it just has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn. After
Okay.
which I can reactivate it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Alright. If that's the case, that it is the creature's turn, it is going to start swimming through 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Is this difficult
40.
terrain for it?
No, it has like swim speed and it's like fine for like swimmy. It is
Yeah,
not
but this
difficult.
isn't water. It's like tar, isn't it?
It's paint. This thing is made from this.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah. And from here, wait, was that 45 I said? Yeah.
Yeah.
50, 55, 55, 60. Okay. From here, what is my angle? Perfect! We're hitting you three for the bit. Sween, Moloch, and Gideon. I'm going to need all of you guys.
But elevation, right? Or how does that work?
How does a 60-foot cone work? Well, imagine it's a cone that goes 60 feet around. You're only elevated 30 feet up.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
you're still in the cone, so that is still gonna get you. So,
Gotcha.
everyone make a dexterity saving throw.
I love dexterity saves.
You better.
That's a 3.
As it's like kind of whole body, like you see books start to flip open all around its neck, and it starts to bleed out these colors that start to rise up into the air. They kind of circles around its mouth, that kind of like Gojira-esque charging of different colors into it, and then it is going to take this kind of plasmatic breath and is going to spray it out into a cone towards you. Okay, and what were those? Oh my god, guys!
Yeah, I rolled bad.
We're doing great.
Ooh. Okay. And, yeah, that's a big fucking yikes there. Let
You
me
don't
just...
have that resistance to magic feature anymore, do you, Gideon?
Well, even if I did, it was only spells, not magical effects.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
Unlucky.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, don't worry about it.
An awful long time. Oh no.
Okay, so these bits of rays are going to break out into a series of different colors and start crashing towards you guys. The one that is going to travel towards Sween first is going to be this, like, deep flaming red. And you failed that saving throw. For reference. So you are going to take a total of 29 points of fire damage as it crashes into you, this kind of deep burning red. It then splits off into a couple of other colors, kind of twists and morphs towards you, heads next towards Moloch. It is going to split and twist into a mote of blue. And you also failed that. So that is going to be... A mote of blue crashes into you. You're going to take 36 points of cold damage, slamming right into your frame. It's that shock of chill that you got from the same like sensation you had when Marevna tore you apart as well, as it slams into your body, and you kind of feel yourself slightly staggering off your feet. And finally,
I did break that ring of cold resistance.
Yes, you do have the ring of cold resistance. And finally, that last mote of color is going to head towards Gideon. It splits into two that are going to converge inwards. Gideon, you are restrained, and you have to you are currently restrained by one of them that splits off into indigo and kind of wraps around you and just ties you down to place, in which you are only able to watch as a yellow bolt is going to strike towards you with an intense lightning crackle. And of that one, you are going to take 37 points of lightning damage.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Oof, Jesus Christ.
As all of these rays are going to converge out and
I'll use absorb elements.
You're restrained.
It's only somatic. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck, it's not only verbal. I thought it's somatic. Fuck, alright,
Yep. Yep, you're restrained,
Damn, all
you're
right.
tied down, and you just have to fucking take that at that point. So that is going to be its...
Wait, no. Or
Wait, I thought
Shrink creature has 0 speed.
0. Yeah.
attack rolls have advantage and disadvantage on dex save. So I can still use absorb elements.
Okay.
Yeah.
My thought was like you were like tied down with your hands, but that makes more sense. That's always my image of restrained is the thing, but it makes more sense that you are able to get the absorb elements off. That's fine with me. Okay, and that is gonna be that, and then it is going to bonus action tentacle whip at Melania. So big tendril, books, and kind of appendages are going to go towards Melania. It doesn't hit. She's able to take her broom up and is just going to, as it crashes down, she just holds it off and reposts it to the side and is going to spin her broom around and is just going to, like, kind of like a quarterstaff, hold it behind her back, peeks over the side of the trash and is just like, okay, this is a little bit more of a threat than we were expecting.
Yeah, I'm gonna, can I use the walkie-talkie to just sort of like...
you can.
Okay, yeah. Hey, come over quick, we got trouble.
And at this point, Dakota, you hear that ringing out through the walkie-talkie and the distant sound of rumbling.
Oh boy. To get moving.
Yep. So yeah, you guys just start running back after the trash heap. On your way,
Yes.
as you start to turn around, you hear a snap. And the grotesque sound of inversion. In his desperation, he just crawled into one of the bear traps by accident.
Oh.
Oh, sweetheart.
But with that in mind, do you guys keep running?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't poof into his core, does he?
He has a core, yeah.
Okay. There's really nothing we can do about it. We gotta go help them. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna grab the core from the bear
Things
trap.
made out of a metal.
Oh, it does poof. I thought he was still alive.
No, he inverts.
Okay, yeah, I'm grabbing that and we go.
Okay, you're gonna grab it, and you guys just start running. You guys will make it here after the beast's turn, as we go back into initiative. Sween, you're up.
Oh boy.
Oh, also it ended its turn in the fire, so it's gonna have to make that and then take damage. Yep, so it's still taking burning damage. Now your turn.
Okie. Let's see, how close am I to this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Good.
5, 6. Okay, so that'd just be all the movement. That's unfortunate.
30 feet away from it.
Wait, I need to double check whether this is a bonus action because I don't remember if it is. Perfect. Okay. I'm just gonna look at it. Cast Hex.
Hex, go for it. All
That's
right.
it.
Snap your fingers.
And let's see what. Yeah. What ability makes most sense in this scenario? Ins?
Yeah, Int's probably a good call. This thing has shocking
Yeah.
int.
Yeah, it does have disadvantage everything though, because I'm eating their metal. So it's cool.
Oh well, you know what? I'll keep it on int for now, regardless.
Yeah.
It's still more damage, and I'm
Alright.
gonna walk up to it and just slap it.
Okay. So that is 5, 10, 50. Hang on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. The paint is on fire. Do you want to enter the fire paint?
Wait, can I not interact with like the thing at the edge of it if it's slightly out of the fire?
Oh,
out
if
of
you
the
can
liquid?
get down here, yes.
Oh, okay.
As they're next
then
to its
I
hitbox here.
misinterpreted that.
Yeah.
Oh god. Okay. Fine. I'll just step. Wait, what's the range? Sorry, I'm sorry taking so long on this one.
Oh, no worries.
What is the range? Give me the range. Load faster. Oh. Perfect. Okay. I'm just gonna walk back behind Moloch
Okay.
and then Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast sounds good. Right,
And
while
that
you work on that damage, we are going to go to Melania. Everything's caught on fire, everything's chaos right now. She is going to... She's going to hop up on her broom, is going to fly 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 50, 55, 60. Is going to fly over here, and is going to reach her hand out towards the water, and cast telekinesis on the war machine, on the war vehicle. So she's gonna reach her hand out and try and get that thing up. And it is up to 1,000 pounds, and I can move it up to 30 feet in any direction. And yeah, she is going to take it out of the water at this point. And then this is it. There it is. And it's going to move it 30 feet. Oh, can I grab it? I fucking hate you, Roll20. I hate you, Roll20.
We got 3 illustration majors in this call.
We do. Look at it.
You're targeting a larger area of it.
Ugh. What is that? Oh, it's never going. Never mind. Anyways, I'll just put an icon of like an NPC and shit on here. We'll just put this guy in here. Don't worry about who this is. So yeah, it's gonna take the Infernal War Machine and is going to 5, 10, 15, 20. Is gonna raise it up 25, 30. 25, 30 is gonna raise it up to 25, 30, and it's gonna start raising it up to try and drop it on this thing. That's where she's at. So there's that. That's Melania's turn. And that's gonna bring us to next initiative, which is going to be Gideon.
Cool, how far am I? Because I'm restrained.
You
And I
are
can just Misty Step out, but that would mean I can't cast any leveled spells this turn.
you are 65 feet away.
Oh, well, okay, well, I'm a wizard, so that means nothing. Okay, I gotta read the wording on something real quick. Interesting. Alright, I am going to... Because it's kind of on the rocks right now, right?
Vaguely.
still in the
partially.
water?
Yeah, partially on rocks, partially in the water.
Cool, then I'm going to cast... and I am going to cast...
Fuck you, Bean?
How tall is it? Is it also 30 feet tall?
Yeah, like 30
Is
foot
it just
ish,
like-
yeah.
30-foot-ish. Oof, this thing's fucking massive, Jesus. I'm gonna cast... Look at the map, I gotta get a good look at it. How big is...
What's up?
Like 10 by foot panels, alright. Okay, cool, easy then. Alright, you're gonna have to stick with me here, because this is getting a little bit funky. But basically, I'm gonna cast Wall of Force, yeah. I'm gonna go... Well, not flat is the thing, I'm gonna go curved. But not a dome, though. Like, they're angled panels.
Okay. Like that?
Okay, so basically, how this is gonna work
Yeah.
is wait, no, I don't think that's enough. Actually, wait, never mind. I don't think it's enough fucking shit. Yeah, I don't think it's big enough, actually, even if I do that.
Bitches love walls.
It's so big, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Alright. What's the range on Wall of Fire?
I hate to also, like, raise this to you as a potential thing. It could just dive back under the water.
Yeah.
If walled in.
Yeah. Yeah, but the water's also on fire, is my thought.
It is. It is on fire.
Yeah. I don't suppose anyone else has a way to pin this thing down, do they? Because if they do, I have a very funny idea, but if not, then I won't do it.
No, I do not.
Yeah, okay. Then I won't do this.
And to answer you, by the way, for whoever was asking, this is Lawrence the First Vicar from the Old Hunters DLC of Bloodborne.
Sick.
Yeah, gotcha.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to cast Wall of Force. I'm going to make like an L-shaped wall. The basic idea is to keep it from being able to go up the cliffs out of the water, and that if it wants to get out, it's going to have to go through the war machine and through the water.
Okay, so like your idea is like
an L.
Like that?
I have 10 by foot panels, and I want to like basically do that to like keep it from getting out.
Okay, cool. Let me just... This fucker is stuck. I hate this stupid pen tool. Okay, so like starting here, like 10, 15... Wait, 10, 20?
10 by foot panels, yeah.
Okay, well yeah, you can just like so easily fucking do this shit, and then probably up a bit too. Like that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just blocking its path. Cool, sounds good.
Yeah.
Is that your turn?
Yeah. Do I get a save on the restrained?
You do. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me double check, actually. Yeah. Yes, you do.
Cool. Just a deck save, or?
It is going to be a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Well, I'm actually really good at those, so that's fine. Dirty 20.
Okay, Dirty 20. You are going to need to start tracking your successes and failures here. That is one success.
Okay.
As you, like, restrained in this position, you start to feel your feet getting kind of, like, mushy inside your boots, and start to see bits of paint starting to writhe up your tattoos. You feel destabilizing in a way. Okay. With that in mind, is that your turn?
That's all I can really do, so yeah, that is my turn.
Okay, Moloch.
Okay, first off, bonus action, that is 18 more fire damage to you as
Okay.
I continue using heat metal. Action, Gideon, do you want me to dispel that magic?
I mean, I have a pretty good con save, so I'm not too worried about it.
Okay,
I feel like just focus on the thing they're trying to kill.
in that case, I can do more damage. Sween, do you want to stay behind me? Or is this just the idea of like, are you actively using me for cover?
No, I just
Or
wanted
can I
to
move?
more emotional cover than anything.
Okay, sounds good. In that case, sorry, just 1 second.
This is the most sorry 1 second encounter we've had in a while. When presented with Big Beast, everyone is flabbergasted.
Yeah, I have 3 planned and they all disappeared.
Yep. Plin plon.
Wait,
Hey, you
is
know
it
what?
swimming on the water or standing in the water?
30 feet of it is out of the water for reference. You get the sense that there are more. There's more underneath the water.
I'll just magic missile.
Good
Magic missile
idea.
never hurt anyone. Second
Good
level
idea.
magic missile.
Good idea. Very good idea. Alright. With that in mind...
And can I move down left diagonally like 25 feet?
Into the
left,
agua? Oh, gotcha.
No, like behind the rock for
Okay.
potential. Does that provide me cover?
Yes, it does. 3/4.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I go
cool.
even further for full cover?
You can. Full cover is here. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
It
And
is
that's 14 damage force from magic missile.
14 force, okay. It is going to dip underneath the wave. It is the BC's turn. It is going to dip underneath the waves. It's going to take damage from doing so. Yep, that's more fire damage to it, as it is gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So it's gonna go back up here. It's going to resurface again. And is going to... Did I recharge? I recharged. I mean... Yeah, okay. If I'm hitting from here, then that's only that. Or I can go for the price of 2. Yeah, okay. For the price of 2.
Oh god, I have disadvantage on dex saves now too.
For the price of 2,
Shit.
Sween Gideon, please make a dexterity saving throw.
Alright. Alright, that's not that bad.
Okay, put them in rolls for me. Okay, 21 and 19. The 21 is going to be a success. 19 is going to be a failure. With
Gotcha.
that in mind, that is going to be... Well, now I have to roll on my funny table. Okay. Once again, it is going to rear back. The books open up and 2 streaks of light go aching out towards both of you. Sween, you are faced with a red dart that goes towards you. This is going to be a fire damage one, as we've seen before. You're taking half damage from this, so half of 24 is 12. You're taking 12 fire damage from this one. I got the fucking double split on you again, Gideon.
Seriously? Jesus
I did. I
Christ,
got the
man.
double roll split.
Oh no.
At least it's not infinite witchful, you know? At least with, like, this ability, it works similar to Prismatic Spray in that it can only, like, roll... It re-rolls an
Yeah, but
8.
prismatic spray is fucking brutal.
It is brutal. It's okay. It's okay. One of them was the fire damage one. You're good with fire damage, right? It's fine.
Oh. I take the same amount of fire damage as everyone else. I mean, I'll use absorb elements on it, but
Alright, well that's 29 on that one.
I don't have that with absorb elements, I guess.
Oh, fuck me. The second, Hey. Oh wait, you gave the cold ring to Moloch. Ooh.
I did.
Yep. So no happy times here. That's gonna be 25 cold damage on the second.
Gotcha.
It's gonna split again and is going to burst against you, red and blue
again?
just slamming into you. For the ice one, that was going to be 25 for cold.
Gotcha.
Okay? That is gonna be that. And that is gonna bring us to initiative as finally B, Dakota, and Charpay hit the scene. And right on cue, too, because we are back up to the start of initiative, and that is gonna bring us to B first,
B.
I believe? B. Let me
Yes,
get you
B.
on here,
Hello.
B. As you just
Dakota.
see the absolute massacre coming out here. You see the massive blasts of light in the distance. And we are going to get you guys situated as you guys all come in from over here. So we have you.
Oh, goodness.
We have Dakota. And we have Charpay, who's all the way down here. There we go.
Stressing that I'm not closer to it, unfortunately.
I mean, you're coming in from a distance.
Yeah, okay, give me a sec. I'm a Hexblade, that's my thing! Okay, let me see. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to use my full movement speed to kind of inch closer. Maybe I'll go behind a rock just to get a little bit of cover, maybe.
You want to get, like, here?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that'd be good.
You can
That's
get, yeah, partial. You'll get a half from here.
good. Yeah. And then, you want, like, just a good old... Ooh, wait. Oh. Ooh. Sorry.
Yeah? Yeah?
This is long range. I'm like considering my options, and I'm like, oh, I've got some interesting options here. I'm gonna. Can I try out? No, wait. It's going to no. Oh, that's gonna suck. I don't want to get counterspelled for this.
60 foot on counterspell, so if your spell's longer, you can do it.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah.
Yay!
It's 65 feet away from you. It's perfect.
Oh, as in, it can't counterspell me, right?
If you have anything from a longer range, then yeah, it's 60 feet away from you. 65 feet away.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
I'd like to Sickening Radiance.
Yeah!
Kiki. And it's like...
Get Melania in there.
It's like a... Oh wait, what? Is Melania there? It's like saying Melania...
God, I'm trying to throw the color on him!
She's above. Does it affect, like...
It's like a dome. It's like a sphere, basically.
Okay.
It's a 30-foot sphere.
So theoretically, hypothetically.
I mean, you can get her out of it. Just you have to like push it back a little bit.
She can take a
Or,
hit.
well, no, because
No,
if you
there's-
fail it, you get exhaustion.
The range is
yeah,
120
actually,
feet.
You can't take this hit.
It's also
Yeah,
a 30-foot
I
sphere,
don't
so you
know
can
if she
like
wants to
point it
take
to the
this.
Yeah.
side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
Yeah. You can orient it.
No.
just
fine.
push it off to the side.
Yeah,
It's
I
fine.
think you're fine. I think you're fine to orient it. You're fine.
Yeah, I'll just orient it a little so it's not encompassing Melania.
Yeah. What do I need to roll?
Con save.
On save, natural 20.
Do I want to borrow this?
Yeah.
Does this thing have
You
stars?
sound so
Does this
miserable
thing have-
saying silvery barbs. For reference, for everyone
Yeah.
watching at home, we have nerfed silvery barbs because the spell is insanely oppressive. Silvery barbs now does flat disadvantage, so I will be rolling again and taking the lower number, which in this case is going to be a natural 1.
Okay.
Silvery
That means it takes
barbs.
a
Double
level of
amazing.
exhaustion.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, you take 4d10 radiant damage. Give me a second there. Oh. Okay, so that's 12, and because it's a natural and it's double, so that's 24. You also suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
1 level of exhaustion, yet
Wow.
you hit it with this intense beam of light off from the distance that showers down from afar. Kind of like drips of ice and honey sparking off with a little kind of tinge at the back that kind of turns into this curling hell flame. And as that lands down, it does, like, once again, it kind of shock absorbs, like, a little bit into its books, but it's starting to burn through some of them as it rears its head back and lets out this gruesome kind of violin string screech. It's getting low, but it's also getting frantic.
I'm going to use my bonus action to hide with my shadow cloak.
Okay, cool. You are in shadow, so you can hide. You are now hidden.
Yeah.
Dakota, your turn.
Yep, I'm gonna move up kind of to the same row that B is. Same row, but just right next to them. Why not?
Okay.
And then I'm gonna firebolt.
Firebolt, cool.
Rolling that right now. Oh, a crisp natural 20.
Ooh!
Crisp and clean.
Yes, sir.
Double damage, my beloved. Let me roll the damage. That is 22 points of damage.
22. All right, sounds good. 22, another massive chunk to it. Parts of it are starting to get burnt so much that holes are beginning to appear inside of it, and those holes are bursting with flame from the more paint thinner inside as it rears back and continues to thrash and roar. All right.
I finish with kinetic jaunt, and that is my turn.
Okay, sounds good. Dakota, that brings us to Charpay.
All right, hi. I'm gonna follow B and Dakota so I can stay within 10 feet of them. Like, I need to stick with my goats. I don't know if I can really help the rest of you if I'm staying with my goats.
I love
what I
you
can
guys
do...
lining up nice and pretty for me.
Yeah, but yeah,
it's fine.
And yeah, I need to be here. I can probably get in front of Dakota. Honestly, I can do that for whatever that's worth. Actually, that doesn't mean anything. Let me back. Never mind.
Okay, cool.
But this is unlikely to work, but it's kind of the only thing I can do because I don't have my gun loaded. I can do Toll the Dead. That is a wisdom save. If you succeed, which you probably will, it doesn't do shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that succeeds at the 23.
All right.
Sorry, wisdom.
Doing...
Sorry, that's 18.
Wisdom. Yeah. Oh, 18. Yeah, that still succeeds.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah, I didn't think it would work, but that's about all I can do. I have my parasol out. I already have that equipped. And so I'm just kind of like shielding, so that's +2 to my AC.
+2 to AC, sounds good. All right, that's your turn?
Yeah, that's about all I can do.
Okay, that is gonna bring us to Sween. Big fish.
How bad is this thing looking?
Bad. Splitting apart.
Okay, then I'll just do simple Eldritch Blast and also move down.
Like down here?
Because I'm like as down as much as I can because I'm tired of getting hit with those little red little flurries of fire damage.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Your ass hates the beams.
Lowest hit is 15.
15 does not hit.
Okay. 18?
18 hits.
Okay, perfect. 1 second. And 13 force.
13 force? Okay. 13 force damage. Another into the edge. At this point, it is just wriggling into as ink is bleeding out from it. It's really low. Is that your turn?
My bad. Yes, sorry. That is my turn.
Okay. Yes, that is your turn. That brings us to Melania. Chat. Should I squish it with the car?
Yes.
Do it.
I think so.
Do it.
Wait, well, we need that car. Do we need the car?
We need the car, but
Well-
it's a very strong car. Is the thing.
Yeah,
Infernal
she
war
has
machines are made of black
telekinesis. Just get it
steel.
back.
Yeah,
go for it.
Melania is just going to raise it over top, has already raised it a fair bit into the air with the last use of telekinesis moving 30 feet, and is going to raise it up, just lift their fingers, and is just going to go, you are very pretty. I do like all the colors in the books, but, you are doing bad things to us all. Sorry. And she is gonna raise the car up into the air, and drop it down, which, like, reverse fall damage here. It's kind of just under it. I don't know if it can make, like, a dex save to avoid this, quite frankly. Because it's kind of just a car landing on you from dropping telekinesis.
No, I'm not going to sabotage ourselves. Dean can make Dean decisions. I'm not going to give input.
I'm looking. I'm curious what your thing was.
Strength save to keep from being fucking drowned in the burning pain.
Yep, that's very fair. I mean, telekinesis also does strength saves to begin with, so this does make sense.
Well, this checks.
Oh, checks. Gotcha. I mean, I will have it do. Yeah. I think a strength save does make sense here.
Or maybe a check is it contesting telekinesis? Because is Melania just dropping it or like pushing it down?
Is like dropping it and pushing it is the thing. Just like kind of
so that would be like a contested strength check, wouldn't it? And then Melania uses her spellcasting modifier.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I like that. Okay. Contested strength with spellcast. It got a natural 1. It got a natural fucking 1.
Woo!
Melania is going to raise her fingers up and is going to slam the car down and is going to start pressing it underneath. She manages to get enough, like, control the telekinesis where she's able to, like, send a bit of the engine flare to, like, as she starts driving it into the creature, pushing it down under the water. At this point, it is just, like, fully prone and helpless as it is going under. It is going to take some bludgeoning damage from that as well as fire damage from getting pushed deeper and deeper into it. Just barely not enough. It is just barely hanging on as well, and it's just forcing the weight of this car on top of it. But it is at a point where it is just fully set up for someone to slam dunk right now. And she's just going to turn around and it's just going to go, okay, shoot this fucking thing! Gideon, it's your turn.
How far am I from it?
I mean, you are, it is actively sinking. Let's see, hang on. I'm on the wrong tab. 60 feet away.
Cool. Does it, is, mechanically speaking, is the fact that the car is pushing down on it and it's sinking, does that impose any mechanical, like, what does it do mechanically?
It's like restrained by the car pushing it down.
Okay. Die, disintegrate.
The God particle. It's gonna desperately try to counterspell you to try and live on another day, but it has to roll.
I mean, I'll counterspell it unless someone else wants to counterspell it for me.
Any takers?
Unfortunately, I'm a cleric.
Melania?
Oh yeah.
Oh wait,
she'll fucking
used.
Yeah, she'll fucking counterspell that shit. She'll shoot that down. So it would have succeeded. Melania does, however, overpower it with her own counterspell. Go ahead and disintegrate.
What did it get on its save?
Oh, yeah. On the save, it got a 15.
Oh, it's a failure.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is 10d6 plus 40, so that, if I remember correctly, so that's 73 force damage.
How do you want to do this?
I think Gideon just sort of reaches out his hand, struggling with the, with this, whatever the condition is moving up on him, like sinking in, he just reaches his hand out, and I think he just... Yeah, I think he just does it. I think he just outstretches his hands and sends out just this beam of like Avatar-esque deep red fire, just completely immolates it.
Yep.
Yeah.
From the inside out, it kind of swirls and swells up for a moment, and then just kind of collapses inward on itself and spurts out into a grotesque flurry of papers, paints, liquid, spurting out as a great kind of geyser of all of these insides, papers flying on the wind and beginning to burn up into the disintegrating spiral. The last of its body is trying to writhe upwards against the force of the car that is pushing it down, until eventually the last bit of it is stomped underneath the wheels, grinded against them, and fully disintegrated upward, to which the bottom wheels of the scavenger are going to jettison it upward as it explodes upwards like a firework. of paper and paint. We are out of initiative.
Oh. Holy shit.
Okay.
Everyone okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
I hope things went better on your end. But what was that?
Dakota said it was going to be a dangerous area.
that was dangerous.
Yeah, but that was powerful magic, right? I mean, it seems intentionally placed there.
Well, it seems like to me it scrapped itself together.
We did
In a
come
place like
across
this.
a fiend who was just seemingly talking about something of this nature, didn't we, Charpay?
We did. I would imagine that was the beast it was hunting, although I'm not sure.
And she's gonna telekinesis.
Ooh. Ooh.
Shell?
Thank you.
That's a shell.
Perfect.
That looks good.
Good.
Did you three have any luck?
We did. Well, no monsters. Sorry. But
No, that's a good thing.
I guess she didn't do shit. It's Dee and Dakota who have the things to show off.
Yeah,
she just
I
has
think-
the fiend core of
We'll show
the
off
guy.
Dakota stuff. He's not here.
I think Dakota is
Oh,
quick.
shit, you're right.
I think Dakota's quick to like pull out it and is just gonna go like to something to the effect of, I mean, I think we got a pretty good selection here. I can definitely whip this all back up into shape in a couple. Let's see. Camp out like an hour, short rest, something like that.
That'd be nice.
Hit the road.
Sounds good.
That'd be
Okay.
nice to rest a little bit.
I'm gonna start a quick prayer of healing for the people that are hurt.
All right.
I'm gonna convert
Yeah,
to
I
sorcery,
need that.
my only spell slot from Moloch.
With that in mind, I think Dakota as well, during this quick short rest, is going to, in the scrapyard, take all the bits and pieces and is going to start rigging them up together, kind of slowly working out all the kinks and making his way through all of the little bits covered in paint and draining them out, and just eventually trying to work on a fully restored infernal war machine. With, of course, all the things you found at the end of the day. You're able to come up with a scavenger of sorts. This massive vehicle with a creature capacity of 8 medium creatures and an armor class increased, or not increased, but like resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, and also an acid bile thrower added to it as well. Takes about an hour or two for Dakota to get things up and running. Manages to find a couple of lost harpoons and the rest of the rubble, with help from Melania, kind of telekinesis dragging them out from the rest of the liquid, putting them towards everything. At the end, just due to where you got all this scrap work from, it is a shockingly kind of out there and very in-your-face type of vehicle. It's a bunch of spikes and then a mismatched paint job of about 1,000 different colors splattered onto the thing, alongside a fair bit of ichor as well. It's certainly not the typical style of Avernus, with it mostly being black steel and iron, but it is indeed a vehicle. With that in mind, I'm imagining you all short rest. Yes, it all counts as a short rest. This is your new vehicle, your scavenger, with an acidic bile thrower. Everyone who is hurt heal 15 extra HP with a prayer of healing. And I'd imagine it's not long once the thing's engine starts running. And Dakota probably gets his way situated into the helm. That we're all getting packed up to go. So, where to?
I imagine back to the camp, since the NPCs are still there.
Oh yeah, I thought we were going back there to do those things.
Yeah, we have our vehicle.
Oh, I mean, do we want to bring the NPCs to the, tower, to the
I
outpost?
mean, like, at least give them an update.
Is
Yeah.
Korah at the outpost?
Yeah.
Korah is.
But Korah
I
can
mean,
easily,
update them,
Korah
for
can
sure.
very easily catch up with you guys as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, do they at least
mean-
have rocky talkies that we can communicate with?
Yeah,
for
we'll
them,
say
or-
that you have a Rocky Talkie at home
Okay.
base.
okay.
Cool.
All right.
And also remember, Haruman is actually like actively on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of time right now.
I mean, shouldn't we? Well, I mean, they have problems. That I'm wondering if we should take them with us and not just leave them for Haruman to get.
Well,
I mean,
Well, we're
I
going
think so.
to Haruman right now. Haruman's going to the tower.
true. You're right.
Bringing them with us will just increase the chances of them running into Haruman.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
All right, but what about everyone outside of Haruman who's trying to kill us as well?
If you want,
Well,
I
they
can.
can- well, they-
Like
yeah.
I can stay back and protect them if you want as well. I'm a high level fighter.
Maybe.
But at the same time, we're dealing with Haruman here.
You're dealing with Haruman.
Yes, we're dealing with Haruman here. I think communicating with them, and I mean, they've been in hell for a while. I'm sure they can keep their heads above the water and they know how to hide.
I mean, it's just as Azel I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Everyone
Bringing
would
them
be
with us to the
worth-
tower certainly isn't going to make them safer.
Right. That's true.
Yeah. That would be exactly what they want.
Yeah. Well, I guess we go then.
You want
Let's
me to
go.
head back and protect the outpost, or come with you lot?
They have Maggie.
Yeah. But if we're worried, we're worried. Besides, wait, does Melania know sending?
Yeah, she knows sending.
Okay, yeah. Then Melania, if something happens with the walkie-talkies, Melania can just magically reach out to us if there's an issue.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I guess so.
Oshiro's anti-magic.
But if I fly away on the magic broom, I'm not really sure how well Koshiro can catch up with me.
The magic broom.
He needs
He
to
has to
touch
touch
it.
it first. Hey, I know you're all
Seems
concerned about him, but
fast.
from what I can tell, sure, he's anti-magic, but that also means he can't interact with magic. Can't see through illusions, can't fly.
Can't see through illusions? That's huge. Wait, that's
good. to
okay.
know.
Okay,
If I stay
that's very
back,
comforting.
I can probably set up a relatively competent mirage over the place and try to keep us hidden in plain sight.
That would be really
That'd be
good.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll head back then.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Just
Melanie.
reach out if anything happens.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Well, you guys have good luck in there, and come back to me all together, okay?
We'll try.
Do our best.
Yeah.
She hops on her broom before she heads out. Is gonna, like, very quickly, when everyone's kind of like looking away for a second or getting themselves situated, she's gonna go, bye. Give Gideon a tiny little peck while up on the broom, lifts herself up high enough to give him one on the little, like, cheek, then zooms off.
Bye. I think Gideon like sort of stumbles over his words a bit and only gets the bye out after she's sort of on her way.
Okay, next stop, Hellrider Outpost. Dakota kind of from the front, slowly getting the engine.
Yeah.
By the way, it feels pertinent to mention to you guys in that vision I had. I mentioned something about a Nukkalavi at the outpost. Reinforcing the place.
Do any of us know what that means at all?
Yeah, could I potentially do some sort of check?
You could. Anyone from Hell and or Avernus could roll a history check here.
Okay.
Actually, there's a way for everyone here to roll a history check. Everyone can.
Oh, that was
Okay.
low.
It's my D. It's my D20. Why is it gone? Oh, there it is.
12.
Oh,
Go fucking
Give
12.
myself guidance there.
Yeah.
28.
28, 24. Okay. 12, 13. How the hell denizens sailing this one?
Sween's dumb as heck.
What did you get? Moloch, what'd you get?
19.
19. Moloch. As the scavenger begins to make its way out through the sand, you conjure the image of the Nukkalavi in your head. Indeed. Some of the Hell Rider members are more well-known than others. The Nukkalavi is not a group, it is just a individual that works with part of them. Most famous for a grotesque and brutal raid commenced on a series of escapees attempting to make their way towards distant mountains, claiming that it would get them back to Ethos. They were paraded through the streets, still alive, castrated through poles of metal. The thing is brutal, in all sense of the word. A grotesque mix of both rider and steed, we'll say. With a strange ability to appear from seemingly nowhere. And a penchant for impaling. That is what you know of the Nukkalavi. As for those of Earth, Nukkalavi is not an unknown word because it too comes from myth. Old Ethosian myth that is mostly carved away in old folklore papers. In fact, a series of creatures that you've seen in Hell so far are relatively similar to folklore. Granted, there are many magical creatures throughout Ethos, so something kind of half fused into a steed is not uncommon, especially that of a centaur, which the Nukkalavi is commonly rationalized as. Mentioned to have been a strange wanderer through the trees for a while, like a specter. The Nukkalavi, too, on Ethos, is known as an old myth of a lost rider looking for a city that doesn't exist. One day, it vanished. And left nothing but flame. That is what you know of the Nukkalavi.
Alright. Yeah. I'll relay that information of what I know to the other members of the group. So whatever you do, don't lose.
Guess so.
Good to know. Do we have any idea how long it'll take to get to the outpost?
By my implications and by how fast this thing is going, Dakota kind of like taps the wheel a little bit. It seems that we're going about 10 miles an hour if I could get things figured out. So based on the directions that a good old Mitral told me, maybe about an hour?
Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Alright.
You said appear out of thin air, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah, I think Moloch's gonna emphasize that point. Just be ready.
Okay.
You begin to make your way through the distant wastes, kind of sliding across the fog-torn valleys and hills off in the distance. The scavenger rumbling with you all in its interior, just kind of waiting as Dakota drives through it all. During this hour that passes, there's a couple of small little bits of prepping, that being Sween, I'd imagine, working quickly on refining a quick core for Gideon, those two making a quick handoff, and just generally everyone getting themselves ready for the tower, for Haruman, for what's ahead. It's an open back the scavenger has, at least in some part of it. There's ways to get into it so it is full cover, in a sense, but most of it is kind of exposed back that you kind of sit in like the back of a truck. So you're able to also watch and scan the horizon. As you start to make the about half an hour mark, the rest of you notice a small displacement in the air. A small, like a curling, heated flame. One of you, however, the eye on your cloak, Gideon, rattles open. You see invisibility. It's about 100 paces off to the left of you, keeping a wide berth. Hoof prints gallop against the sands. Kind of darkened, twisted body that looks like it's made of writhing charcoal bits leading up towards armor. Darkened, blackened Hell Rider armor. A spear lance the size of your body in its hand, drifting across the ground, leaving sparks that the rest of you guys see for a second. Sit back again. It gallops ahead of you with a blinding speed and warps into a twist of fire in the distance. Gideon, as you see it pass, you realize, as well as the rest of you, the pattern it carved with its lance inside the ground is language. Carved in thick, infernal text. It reads, "Submit." And in the distance, you begin to see it. A massive black tower. And chains cascading inwards, swaying lowly, yet taut in the red winds. At first, in the distance, you can only hardly make it out amidst the sanguine sky, a massive red and gold thing in the distance. It's made of alabaster, quartz, and charcoal. It's unlike the brutalist industrialism of the city. By the hells, it doesn't look like an architecture style that any of the devils here have seen. It's mortal. As if plucked from the pristine cities of Threadwire Yashendale, it is a grand dome-roofed citadel. One from Maggie's memory. If only that were the full story, this perfect slice of ethos. There's no such luck to be found here. That is because of the ulcer that entombs what could have been a grand ziggurat in the midst of a pseudo-Babylonian city. The thing pulsates. Tumorous. Perhaps what's worse than dead, it's blubbering tissue that is clearly healthy and bloody and fat, with golden nutrients throbbing like a heartbeat, and it has enveloped everything besides the roof. Surrounded in a massive exterior spider web of large black steel arcs that extend in major points around this entire, like, mountainous structure in the distance. Moloch, you hear it in your head. So the Bleeding Citadel stands.
You know of it.
Those maddened hacks weren't stuffed full of hallucinogens after all. We are going to end this session off here. On the way to the Bleeding Citadel.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yay!
Ooh. 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 All right. Ooh. Let's do some closing remarks. I'm first up today. I am Dean. I'm the Dungeon Master. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. One thing I learned this session is I can roll those 8s. I can roll those 8s on Gideon. Gideon can get hit with 10,000 beams. This is karmic justice for last night. Tony fucking going, I need you to hit me more in combat.
I haven't been getting hit up to now, you know?
This is what you get. This is what you get. All right. Next up. Wait, no. Favorite roleplay moment. I mean, there was a lot of fun ones this session. I'm gonna give it to Sween and Moloch. Their conversation was very fun. I like just the two of them navigating the weirdness of mortality, like the mortal feelings that they're kind of getting. It's very cool. Speaking of, Jello.
Hello. In terms of things I learned, I learned how that I really do not know what to do at range. There's nothing I can do with a giant creature submerged in a burning liquid paint thinner. In terms of favorite roleplay moment, I really liked Dakota being appreciated of being listened to. That was really, I don't know, I thought that was really cute.
Oh no. Yeah, it was cute. It was very cute. Alright, next up we have Ethan.
Hi.
Hi.
One thing wait, hold on. The roleplay moment, I also wanted to give it to Dakota, specifically for that conversation with the other fiend who later on died. That recognition of, like, I also have visions.
Yeah.
Was cool. With that. Unfortunately, Coda is not here with us.
Dead.
Sometimes I can still hear his voice. One thing I learned. What did I learn? Yeah, I feel like I learned a lot, but nothing is coming to mind right now.
Nice. The Knuckleabi?
Oh yeah, I learned that. Thank you.
No worries. Tony.
That's great.
Hey, favorite roleplay moment? I like the interaction between Moloch and Sween. You know, I like
You stole
having
mine.
that little down. No, I think that was mine was the first one.
Ooh.
No, I'm kidding. No, sorry.
You can still choose it.
I like no. I'll choose a different one that I also liked. I like Moloch and Charpay. I liked, asking like, hey, how do I apologize to a person? How does that work?
Yeah, that was
I don't have any frame of reference for that. Yeah, that was cute.
Yeah. Alright. Ines.
Whoa. Hi. I learned that Roxanne is alive and still wants us dead. Maybe. Probably.
Seems like it.
When doesn't she?
Roleplay moment. I really liked specifically the moment when Coda was really upset after the dream, going like, no one ever fucking believes me. And I'm like, oh, Coda.
And Cece, what's one thing you learned? What's a roleplay moment you liked?
Hi. I learned that my fucking plot points from 2021 can come back and then nobody knows what I'm talking about. I'm sorry, gang, that it matters to me. It's my bad. Wolvenshire. When even was Wolvenshire? That was like, how many arcs ago even was that?
10,000.
A lot of arcs.
Amazing.
So my bad. But I enjoyed the hag things. I learned about that. That was very enjoyable. And a rolling moment I liked. I'm sorry to double up, but I also want to give it to Sweden and the Lock, because that conversation towards the beginning of the session, like specifically just like the little exchange of like, just like, oh, you're the only person who reads my work. Oh, you're the only person who eats my food. Like, shit.
That was so cute.
It was so good. It's such a good dynamic of just like, in a world where, the concept of friendship doesn't really exist. The only person who is your friend. Like, shit. That's so cute. I loved it.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in for this session. We'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.